Hello. Hello, hello. How's everyone doing today? I hope y'all are good. It is time to do... I was going to say yet another side thing, but technically this thing is actually required by main story. So it's not exactly optional, now is it? Do you remember back when the Scions first moved to the Rising Stones, or maybe slightly after that, I don't remember. And we were talking to Slathborn and Tataru was there, and I had mentioned how if you're playing this game for the first time, this cutscene will most likely be a little different for you. Because the cutscene is supposed to point out something for you to do. Well, we're going to now do what that cutscene was supposed to, like, point us towards. Namely, would it be over here? No? Here we go. A skyscraping spire that shines with the light of 1,000 stars. Long thought to be but a legend, the Crystal Tower arose from the crags of Mordona in the wake of the calamity, striking awe and fear into the hearts of all who bore it witness. What lost secrets of ancient Allag await those brave souls who could probe its innermost sanctums? So let's go to Mordona and get this started. I always forget I have you out. You really don't need to be here, bud. I'm so sorry. But yeah, when you're talking to Slathborn and Tataru over here, there's supposed to be a cutscene where they point out this outlandish man. But because I've already done this and New Game Plus recognizes that I've already done it, I didn't have that in my cutscene. But yeah, let's go talk to this man. Legacy of Allag. An oddly garbed man visiting Revenant's Toll has some information which might be of interest to an experienced adventurer. Do I know you? Ah, unless I am very much mistaken, you are the famed adventurer who bested the Garlean Empire's general, are you not? The great Frenlona Falcon herself. Amazing. And more than a little serendipitous. One might even call it fate. I but recently received word of a truly unique opportunity, you see. An opportunity the like of which none but one of your proven worth could take advantage. The reward? Not less than the accumulated knowledge of a fallen civilization. The risk? A single misstep could cost you your life. But what is a little danger to a storied hero such as you? A woman with absolute confidence in her own abilities stands to profit handsomely from this venture. No, I crave no recompense for my part in bringing this opportunity to your attention. The historic discoveries you shall make will be a reward enough, I assure you. If my words have fanned the flames of your curiosity, then I bid you seek a man by the name of Rambros at St. Coinax Fine. It is he who stands at the doorway to untold marvels, awaiting the arrival of a champion bold enough to march across the threshold. Okay. I love danger. Especially when it involves rock candy. Hey, Rambros! I heard you need help. Why, if it isn't Frenona was Falcon herself. I was not expecting such a celebrated guest. To what do I owe the honor of this visit? Heard you need help. You were directed here, you say? By a man clad in foreign garb? Well, the opportunity he spoke of must surely refer to our latest anthropogeographical endeavor. Quite how we came to know of it is another matter. All knowledge of this project was supposed to be restricted to my organization. But that is something for me to ponder in private. You're here now, and your services will, I am certain, prove invaluable. I must warn you, however, that the venture we have in mind is no simple excavation. An unprepared or incautious adventurer could very well find herself on an unplanned and unpleasant journey to Thal's solemn halls. Knowing this, do you still wish to lend us your cooperation? Yeah, I love danger. Rather thought you would say that. Your courage is scarcely a secret. Now the first... I don't remember who's speaking. I think it's Sid? Verlona? I thought that was you. Yeah, it is Sid. Okay. What brings you on to St. Koinak's Fine? Don't tell me. The Alliance has sent you on another realm-shaking, history-making mission to lay low an apparently insuperable foe, yes? No? Ah, I see you two are already acquainted. That is well. Master Garland, our intrepid hero here, caught wind of the forthcoming expedition and has kindly pledged to assist us. She has she? Glad to have you aboard, Verlona. You don't have the faintest idea what you volunteered for, do you? Very well, let us begin at the beginning. The Sons of St. Koinak are tasked with unearthing the secrets of the long-fallen Allegan Empire, and this present endeavor aims to delve more deeply into the civilization's mysteries than ever before. But I know that look. In the event that you feel ill-equipped to contribute much to the subject in Allegan archaeology, I invite you to recall your encounter with the Ultima weapon. Again, I know they have to, do this to, cover their bases, but I'm like, no! Verlona's smart! She may never have gone to, an official school, but she's super fucking smart and, curious and learns fast. Stop treating her like she's stupid! Please! That mechanical monstrosity represented a feat of engineering far beyond what Garlemald can presently achieve. Nero Tolskava simply awoke it. I mention this by way of a reminder that you have had one might term extensive first-hand experience with notable Allegan relic. And sure, you're practically an archaeologist. Now to the core of the matter. Here in Mardona, there stands an entire Allegan structure which we have yet to investigate. I speak, of course, of the Crystal Tower. After witnessing the destructive capabilities of the Ultima weapon, and the lesser-known Dalamud before it, it seems wise to treat any remnants from that era with the utmost caution. They must be analyzed, monitored, and, above all, kept from falling into the wrong hands. To put it plain, I have no wish to see another megalomaniacal legatus wield one of these weapons. It was this thought which first moved me to contact the Sons and propose that the tower be explored. For several millennia, the Crystal Tower remained hidden, buried deep underground. But like so many other things that were better left undisturbed, the structure was freed from its stony prison by the great upheaval which accompanied the coming of the 7th Umbral Era, and now stands revealed in all its splendor, a gleaming spear of crystal pointing at the bosom of the heavens. And it's got shields. We believe the tower to be the repository of much of the ancients' wisdom. Unfortunately, its entrance is guarded by formidable defenses, and we cannot so much as peep through the keyhole, much less set foot inside. These defenses take the form of statues, carved into the likeness of giant swordsmen. The Ancient Sentinels, as the Sons are wont to call them, is the first barrier we must overcome. Why not simply fly over them in an airship, you ask? It's been tried before. Any vessel that ventures too close to the tower is blasted out of the air. We either destroy those statues, or the front door is forever beyond our reach. My colleagues and I are ill-suited to negotiate such deadly hazards. Thus, if we are to gain access to the tower's secrets, we must needs employ the services of an experienced adventurer. It will be difficult and dangerous for Lona, but I can think of no finer woman for the task. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you had a taste for these deadly escapades. I look forward to working with you again. There is much more to be done before we can begin the expedition proper. Take some time to prepare yourself, and I shall explain the challenges that lie ahead. Oh, hey, he's over here. Technology should never be allowed to imprison people. That's a hard lesson I learned from watching Gaius. And my father. If the secrets of the Crystal Tower are as dangerous as we expect, then I mean to keep them under lock and key. Terrible mistakes of history need not be repeated. No, they need not, and yet time is a circle. Hi, Aratome. God damn it. Our first objective is to reach the entrance to the Crystal Tower. As previously mentioned, however, that will prove no easy task. The entrance is guarded by powerful defense mechanisms, each utilizing one of the 4 elements of wind, fire, water, wind, or earth. Anyone attempting to simply stroll past these unsleeping sentinels invites swift obliteration. Excuse me? Based on Master Garland's analyses, however, we are reasonably certain that the attacks on these lethal contraptions can be reflected using a crystal of the corresponding element. Naturally, these crystals must be of surpassing clarity, free of the slightest impurities. Much like the flawless specimens used by the Beastmen in their primal summoning rituals. Mayhap I should have said exactly like the specimens they use. Were there any other way, we would not ask this of you, but we need someone to enter the Beast Tribe strongholds and liberate their perfect crystals. For the moment, I would have you focus on obtaining 2 of the 4 crystals we require. Pray, make for Lenosha, where both the Sapspa spawning grounds and Ugamoro mines are located. You may be certain that the materials used in the Beastman's sacred rituals will be well defended. Whether you choose to venture there alone or with companions, I shall leave to your discretion. But whatever you do, please be careful. Hey, the weather's fixing itself. Look at that. It's no longer purple. Anyway. Nope, go this way. Into the mines, which suck to navigate. Let's hope I remember how to do it. Because the mines, it looks like you can go wherever the hell you want, but there's actually, you know, little gaps that you can't go through, forcing you to go long ways. Goodbye. Alright, there's that one. And now for the Sahagin crystal. Oh god, where am I? Why am I in a wall? Into Sahagin territory. But yeah, this is the area that Merwib was talking about when they're like, oh yeah, we used to have a settlement over here, but then Leviathan was summoned a couple years ago. He flooded it and ruined everything, and the Sahagin then moved in. This is that area. God, I love flight. Because when these quests were first designed and made and implemented in the game, you could not fly in a Rome Reborn areas. You had to, like, go here on foot. But now I can just fly over everything, and it's great. Wrong gate. We need to go this way. There we go. That's a better look at the dragon corpse around the airship. Don't fuck with the dragons, dude. That feels like that would be obvious, and yet people keep trying. How progress your efforts in infiltrating the Beastman's strongholds? I got, flawless earth and flawless water. Hey, Splinter! Welcome, welcome. Yeah, no touch of the dragons. And yet people keep trying to touch the dragons. So these are the famed flawless crystals of the beast tribes. I've seen countless specimens to know, from I know not how many excavations, but nothing compared to these. Their purity is astounding. You can't blame them. Well, here's the difference. We're probably trying to touch the dragons affectionately. They're trying to touch the dragons. I was going to say derogatory, but I'm like, wait, no, that doesn't quite work. Aggressively. That works better. I want to touch a dragon. You have done well, Frelona. With these in our possession, we lack only the crystals of fire and wind. The former lies in Zaharak, the war camp of the Malja and Thanalan, the latter in Natalan, the roots of the Ixal and the hills of Korthis. You can expect them to be as closely guarded as the first two, if not more so. Still, I look forward to receiving word of your resounding success. Yeah, you're right. I want to pet a dragon. No mean touches allowed. Korthis is technically closer. Let's go to that one. I cannot imagine having to do these quests without flight. Because I was just mentioning that, when these quests were first implemented, you could not fly in a Rome Reborn areas. You had to, like, go everywhere on foot. I'm just like, boy, that must have sucked. I'm so glad to be a latecomer to this game and have flight. Hey, bud, give me your crystals. Thank you. Sure, this one. Goofing it out everywhere in these kinds of MMORPGs suck. Yeah. All right, where's the next ones? There it is. I'm still waking up. No worries, no worries. And thank you for your kindly donation as well. These initial quests, I believe, also used to be worse. Because, so Crystal Tower used to be completely optional. Now it actually is, like, required by story. And in whatever patch that they did that made it, required by story, they also made it a little bit simpler. Like, I think before, when you needed to get the crystals, you had to wait for, you know, a fate to spawn, which is just, like, you know, like a random overworld event. And according to, like, testimony from players who, you know, from that time, they had really low spawn rates, these required fates. But then when they made Crystal Tower required by main story, they were then just like, you know what? We're just gonna give you a little, like, purple cloud, you examine it, enemy shows up, you get crystal. We're gonna make it easier for you. Renona, it is good to see you. Tell me, were you able to obtain the remaining crystals from the beastmen? Yep, here's fire and wind. Wonderful. With all 4 crystals in hand, we are now ready to proceed to the next stage of our preparations. Got a little quest with low spawn rates. You would have been foaming at the mouth. There are still some quests that require fates. Most notably, A Realm Reborn Hildebrand. You know, the wacky detective stuff. That requires a fate, but as far as I am aware, that fate shows up fairly common. Like I saw, if it ever is, like, completed or fails, you only have to wait, like, 5 minutes max before it shows up again. But there's a type of content that's, like, a daily, you know, like, repeatable thing. The Allied Society quests. In A Realm Reborn, you can, you know, help out, like, the Sylphs, the Amalja, Kobolds, you know, like, friendly factions of all the, like, tribes. Those have quests that can require fates, and those ones I fucking hate. Whenever one of my, like, when I was, like, doing them, whenever one of my daily quests was, like, one that was like, hey, go wait for this fate and do it, I was just like, you know what, fuck you, I'm not doing this one. I refuse. Unless it is currently up as I grab this quest, I'm not doing it. Did I read this line? I don't remember. I'll do it again. Wonderful! With all 4 crystals in hand, we're now ready to proceed to the next stage of our preparations. I hope I did not give the impression that we would be embarking on our journey to the Crystal Tower just yet. Alas, there is another step which must be completed ere we come to that. While the crystals you acquired are indeed flawless, they are of little use to us in their present form. If they are to reflect the elemental forces of the tower's defenses, they must needs be cut and polished. A process which calls for a very particular set of materials. Procuring them will be a challenge in itself, I fear. Needless to say, we'll be requiring your services once again. Well, that's me, Hero of the Realm, glorified errand boy. Sanding it down. Rambros wishes to proceed with the shaping of the flawless crystals. If the flawless crystals you procured for us are to retain their elemental purity during the shaping process, a very specific set of abrasive substances will be required. Well, I say substances, but one might as well just call them one substance, namely aether sand, which has 4 elementally expected varieties. Alas, aether sand is neither common nor cheap. Indeed, it is not unusual for the abrasive to exceed the value of the precious stones it is used to polish. Given the rarity of the materials in question, the Goldsmiths Guild in Odzah seems the likeliest place to purchase the quantity we require. When I contacted the Guildmaster, however, I was informed that no aether sand was currently available. Though I requested that word be sent out as soon as new stock came in, I have yet to receive aught but apologies. I should mention at this point that I placed the order sometime before you procured the flawless crystals. I am well aware that acquiring aether sand is no small feat, of course, and I am not an impatient man, but I fear the more that we delay our investigation, the greater the risk that the tower's secrets may fall in the hands of other, less savory parties. That is why I wish to entrust you with the payment for a purchase, and send you to speak directly with Guildmaster Serendipity. Mayhap the presence of such a distinguished personage will spur the guild into action. In any event, it is my hope that when we next meet, you will have found at least one of the 4 varieties of aether sand we require. Hey, Maxil. Welcome, welcome. We're going shopping. You know, as you do. Where's the goldsmith? All right, Serendipity, are you gonna remember that I'm part of this guild, or no? Are you gonna recognize me? Don't empty the store. Look at how much money I have. I could do what I want. Restock, that's the word. I was trying to like think of the word for like they can get their stock back up. I was like, what's the word for that? Restock. There we go. Watch me somehow spend it all. Dude, there are some things on the market board, which is like how like players sell like items that they have that I still could not afford even with this. Ah, Mistress was Falkwind. Welcome, welcome. What brings you here, if I may ask? This hefty sack of gil has been promised to the Goldsmith Guild in exchange for any available aether sand. Not surprised to hear that player markets be wild. They really are. You're here on behalf of the Sons of St. Koinak? What fortunate timing. I was just about to contact Master Rambros with the news that we finally managed to acquire a quantity of fire-aspected aether sand. I'm afraid it may be some time before we can supply the other 3 varieties, but you're welcome to settle accounts for that which we have now. Pray, speak with, Jamimi over there and... Jamime? Names? I do beg your pardon. It seems she's assisting another customer. Oh god, how the fuck do I do Biggs' accent again? But hey, look, it's Biggs! Come on, there must be something you can do. Without that aether sand, we'll have to rethink our whole design. That's not what even close to how I did Biggs before. I sympathize with your plight, sir, but as I explained, the aether sand in question is already spoken for. If you'd like to reserve the next shipment, then I'd be happy to accept the funds that you've offered as partial payment. Partial? Are you saying that it's not enough? I'm already stretching our research budget as it is. Suppose a man could do without a midday meal for a year or two. Biggs, no, take care of yourself, Biggs, please. You have people that have been playing forever and are just trying to clear inventory out, so they sell super rare things for basically nothing, and the people are like, what if I sell this for millions? What then? Exactly. Exactly. And then there's the people that I hate the most. I mean, it makes sense, because unfortunately that's just how the market board in this game works. But, like, sometimes I'll just, like, try to sell something to, again, like, get rid of, like, it from my inventory, and then there are people that'll sell the exact same thing for 1 less than what everyone else is selling it for, and I'm like, you know what? Fuck you. If you're gonna undercut, I'm gonna undercut by like 20%. Fuck off. What if I tanked the economy for this item, huh? What then? Ah, Fernanda, it's been too long. What brings you here then? Got your eye on something expensive, have you? I am buying that aether sand you want, thank you. It's mine now. Well now, this is quite a money pouch. The sound of so many gil clinking together is strangely satisfying, is it not? Calming, and yet invigorating at the same time. Oh no, you're here for the bloomin' aether sand, aren't you? Hell yeah, streak. Streak. Well, I can't deny that elegant civilization's a subject worth researching. The chief said he was looking into something big, but we never thought to ask him what. Wedge and I have been all too busy tinkering with a new airship design to think of much else, see? Well, I say tinkering. Wrestling would be more like it. Still, after much wrangling of hands and gnashing of teeth, we've managed to put together a prototype crystal-powered propulsion system. We got the idea for it when we heard about how you lot had used a corrupted crystal on board the Enterprise, as a matter of fact. Anyway, to cut a long story short, our design calls for all 4 varieties of aether sand. And that's why I can't just relinquish my claim on this batch here. Even for you, lass. How were meant to usher in a brave new age of technological innovation, if not by technologically innovating, eh? I'm surprised I managed to get that out with this stupid fucking butchering of an accent in one go. While I hesitate to interrupt such an impassioned speech, duty compels me to point out that this lady is a representative of the organization that reserved the aether sand in question. To mention nothing of the fact that her purse is considerably larger than yours. Oh, it's like that then, is it? Alright, this batch is yours, I'll let you have it. But if you're gonna take my sand, it's only fair you grant me a role in this project of yours. I mean, sure. I don't know why you and Wedge are independent from Sid anyway, but sure. I'll take that as a yes. It's not every day you get a chance to experiment with the wonders of the ancients. With any luck, they'll inspire me to think of another technological innovation or two. Anyway, what's up, Biggs? Now then, from what you've told me, I'm guessing you'll be needing the other 3 varieties of elementally aspected aether sand as well, yeah? Rather than sitting on your rump waiting for a shipment that may never come, I reckon you would be better spent looking for the stuff yourself. And it just so happens I know of a good place to start. There's said to be a peddler in northern Thailand who, very occasionally, handles the earth-aspected variety of aether sand, which is in the process of confirming the rumor as we speak. This Tomb Raider game you've been playing is bugged. You put Lara the wrong way around, so it made you run towards the enemy instead of running away from them. Whoopsies! Well, I mean, that's one way to deal with your enemies. Just confront them head on. It's all good. I know what you're thinking. When did my timid little friend decide he didn't need me to hold his hand anymore? The answer being, just the other day. It seems he's been inspired by a certain adventurer's heroic example. I thought he was joking when he volunteered to go to Thailand without me. I just hope he manages to stay out of trouble. Head out to Blue Fog and you should find him poking about with his new bodyguard. Oh, did I not mention her? Wedge thought it might be wise to hire an adventurer to accompany him, just in case your heroic example turned out to be less inspiring than he first thought. Oh, Wedge, have you found the sand? I would like to know. Save your greetings. If you're looking for a hired blade, then you'll have to look somewhere else. After the date I've had, the only company I crave is the squat, silent type. The type that has a handle and holds no less than a pint of ale. You wish to hear my tale? I warn you, tis no stirring epic. But as you asked, my employer, a Lalafellan lad, wished to pay a visit to a peddler who deals in some manner of special sand. I forget what it was called, but 'tis apparently worth a small fortune. Anyway, when we arrived, the man claimed his stock had been stolen by bandits. Determined not to return empty-handed, we crept into the bandit stronghold and set about locating the stolen goods. Long story short, the alarms were raised, rogues were awoken, and we fled in a blind panic. I was separated from my employer in the confusion, and I have not seen him since. If you could use weapons, but this mission requires Lara to run away. Oh. Yeah, no, that is an issue. Also, hey, Em. Welcome, welcome. Oh, a friend of yours, is he? Then you'd best be prepared for the worst. Tis just possible the poor sod may yet be lost in the old Amajima Mithril mine, but I fear the bandits will have caught up with him by now. Wedge? Wedge! You leave Wedge alone! He's He's just a small man. Leave him alone. There he is. Gotta love Twitch being a functional website. How could I be so stupid? Sneak into a bandit's lair? It's not the sort of thing I do. Now I'm gonna die for it. No, I just need to calm down. I can do this. I can be brave. I'm gonna stand up and I'm gonna walk out of here. Here we go. Ah! I'm sorry. Please don't kill me. I promise I'll leave and never come back. Hey, Wedge. Verlona, is it really you? But how did you find me? Can you smell fear? Actually, ignore that smell. I expect that you've been wondering why I'm here. Wedge, did you poop yourself? Or piss yourself? Or both? Well, I was just in the process of retrieving some stolen aether sand, which Biggs and I need for research, as it happens. It was, I concede, perhaps a touch foolish and very nearly fatal, but I did succeed in snatching the stuff before my bodyguard ran away and several dozen bandits came piling after me with knives and axes and what very much looked to be like a plank with a rusty nail in it. Anyway, the most important thing is that the stolen aether sand is right here in my oh dear. It must have fallen out when I was, taking evasive maneuvers. It seems I won't be leaving this infernal place for a while yet. I'll go look for it. You'll find the aether sand in my stead? Just get the safety, bud. Oh, thank the gods, you're a true friend, Verlona. I hope the search doesn't prove too troublesome. The bandits don't seem to care much for visitors. Well, luckily, I am level 100. They don't care about me. The aether sand must have slipped out of my pocket when I was busy evading the bandits. I'm sure it's around here somewhere. I swear the app gets worse. I would not doubt it. Here it is. How did that take so much time just to grab? I got it, Wedge. We can leave. Verlona, have you had any luck locating the aether sand? Here you go. Earth-cradled aether sand. These grains of sand were refined from an earth-cradled ore of incredible rarity and hardness. Yes, that's it! I must return to the workshop at once and tell Biggs the wonderful news. What's that? You're also on a mission to collect aether sand? And you're working with the chief? A treasure trove of Allegan knowledge, you say? I see. Then you really should be the one to have this. Biggs and I are far from exhausting all possible avenues of airship innovation, but it sounds as if your problem can't be solved by any other means. Goodbye. This expedition of yours sounds jolly interesting, I must say. I'm half inclined to join you. In fact, I think I will. Any venture worth the chief's time must be worth the look. Right, I'm more than ready to leave this awful place behind. And you should return to Mordona with the aether sand before there are any more, little mishaps. Be sure to keep a close eye in your pockets, Verlona. And then we stretch. Oh, hey, you have the same haircut as me. And, of course, the weather is no longer clear. Unfortunate. I swear to God, I'm getting the weird, like, streamer luck with this game where every time people make, like, videos or, like, stream this game, the weather and the environment is just fucking awful. Which wouldn't be too much of a problem if there were more cutscenes and stuff that actually, you know, set the weather to be good instead of just using whatever's actually available. Ah, Frelona, you've returned. I take from your presence that you were successful in procuring us some aether sand. Tell me, which variety did you find? I found fire and earth. I see. 2 varieties. Well, that is 2 more than could reasonably be expected, and 2 less than I had hoped you would say. Forgive my flippancy. You've done well, truly. If all goes to plan, we need no longer fear death by earth or fire. Master Garland, if you would be so kind as to prepare the relevant crystals, I shall set to work immediately. Truth be told, I've been looking forward to this. One does not encounter materials like these every day. Speaking of which, how in the 7 hells did you find them? Mistake me not, old friend. I don't know only too well how capable you are, but aether sand isn't something you simply find gathering dust at the back of a merchant's rare gem cabinet. I found Biggs and Wedge, and they helped. You had help from Biggs and Wedge? Trust them to design a revolutionary new engine the moment I turn my back. That's a genius meant to rest on his laurels when his employees are so damned inventive, eh? And now they're determined to join us, are they? Typical. I jest, of course. It'll be good to have them around. Still, as a matter of professional pride, let's endeavor to procure the 2 remaining varieties of aether sand before they arrive, shall we? Tell me, Rambros, have we any information on where water and wind aspected types might be hidden? Not as of yet, but I have made certain arrangements. We shall soon see if my efforts have borne fruit. Forgive me for observing, but you seem less than enthusiastic about that prospect. If there's a complication, I'd rather we discuss it now than risk jeopardizing the expedition. Mayhap an explanation is in order. But first, let us savor the preliminary victory that Frelona has won for her cause, if only for the moment. Alright. Well, let's keep it going. A performance for the ages. Rembros wishes to discuss the procurement of the outstanding varieties of aether sand. Yes, I must speak of the arrangements I made to acquire the 2 remaining varieties of aether sand. Some days ago, I asked a Charlene acquaintance of mine to travel to Gridania and there gather the necessary materials. Since that time, however, I have heard nary a whisper from him. To be frank, this lack of communication is not only entirely uncharacteristic, but I cannot discount the possibility that something ill has befallen the man. Alas, we do not have time to investigate his fate. As I have mentioned before, the more we delay our expedition, the more likely it is that the Crystal Tower's secrets will fall into the wrong hands. Therefore, I would entrust you with the same mission that I assigned to my friend. Travel to the Black Shroud and seek out, Forcemontre? Porcemontre? Fucking French names, help me. Master of the markets in Gridania. If anyone knows where aether sand might be bought, it is he. Boy, if you like hearing me struggle with French names, be excited for whenever I get around the Heavensward, because God fucking help me. Also never been able to pronounce anything in French. Whenever I am pronouncing a French name in this game correctly, no, it's because that this character's name shows up in a voiced cutscene, and so that's why I know how to say it. Like, the only one I genuinely know how to say is Alpha No, because I just know in French, N-A-U-D makes a no. But like their last name, like Levier, Louis Sois, Horchefant, those are all, I mean, I don't even know if Horchefant's actually a real French name or if it's just a fucking fantasy French name, but it's because those are all in voiced cutscenes. guess. I'm sorry, did you say you wish to purchase aether sand? Forgive me, madam, but have you the faintest idea of the rarity of the material you seek? Well, I have not seen so much as a grain of aether sand in these markets for many a long year. Horse font? Yes, him. I could tell you one might mine the ore from which the water aspect variety of the abrasive is derived, but only a desperate fool would willingly set foot in the place. I'm a desperate fool. Tell me, please. You seem undeterred. Very well. Are you familiar with Earth's Gift? That is where the ore is to be found, in an area inhabited by particularly pernicious hog. Should you encounter the Batusk nightmare, you will know that you are in the right place, albeit at the wrong time. Farewell. I can deal with the hog. It's easy. Jesus fucking Christ, that thing is huge. Oh, hog, where are you? There you are. Oh, it's dead. You're too late, adventurer, and not only for the entertainment. You will find no trace of the ore which but recently lay here. Nay, not so much as a speck. No. You will never spy me from there. For the time being, at least, you will have to trust the evidence of your ears. Now stop squinting at the foliage and listen. As I told you, the water-blessed mineral that you hoped to find is gone. Taken by me. Victory has made me magnanimous, however. Accordingly, I've decided to share the location of an alternative source of the aether sand with you. The wind touch variety, to be specific. I trust I have your attention? Good. A band of eggshell in the North Shroud keeps a quantity of the abrasive for the purpose of removing impurities from lesser crystals. Well, do you mean to dally here all day? Make haste, adventurer, before I snag another prize from under your nose. This is to be a race. The Ixali logging grounds from the North Shroud shall be our destination, and that is where the real amusement will begin. May the best man win. I'm going to crush you like an insect because I can teleport. Fuck you! And not only that, but I can fly as well! Fucking umbrella, wait! Oh shit, there is a third one. Did not see it. Just pata 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 the air. Bravo! That was quite a show, adventurer. Why, the spectacle proved so enthralling that all thoughts of the aether sand slipped my mind. I appear to have forfeited our little race. Congratulations, the wind touch abrasive is yours. And yet, having been treated to such a memorable performance, I cannot help but feeling that the greater prize is mine. This inequity must not stand. I insist that you accept a token of my appreciation. Payment for this entertainment will be waiting for you to the east, in the clearing within Proud Creek. Pray retrieve the gift ere it is crushed beneath the iron feet of the Dullahans. Sir, I swear to God. You're really gonna summon me to put me into an area where there's fate happening? Well, at least I can ignore it. Not what you were expecting. I took the liberty of refining the ore from the Earth's gift into aether sand. Do keep it safe, adventurer. Lest you accuse me of playing games, you should know that the thought of relinquishing my prize never once crossed my mind. Until I saw you in action. Such deeds must be rewarded. 'Tis my vocation, you see, to record history as it is made by mortal men, and I prefer to chronicle the accomplishments of the bold and the mighty. Thus, it is my fervent wish that you continue your career with the same courage and zeal that you have shown today. We shall meet again, adventurer, and sooner than you may realize. I have no idea if me backing away from the mic had the intended effect or not. What is it, your mission? Are any closer to acquiring the remaining abrasives? Yep, here's wind and water. You brought both! I shall have Master Garland begin work on the crystals immediately. How is everyone? I'm doing good. There, should do the trick. Why'd you make him look like that? Excellent work! We now possess all four of the fangs required to pierce the Crystal Tower's defenses. My compliments, Master Garland. It was a trifling matter, I assure you. For Luna here's the one that you should be thanking. Anyway, by my reckoning, there's nothing stopping us from striding up to the Allegan's front door. Yeah, let's go! You can't go without us, Chief! I don't know which one of these two is speaking. I'm going to give that line to Wedge. Biggs, Wedge! Come to lend a hand, have you? Well, it's not every day you get the chance to study the wonders of the Allegan Empire, is it? The technology makes the Garlemals look ancient. I appreciate your enthusiasm, lads, I really do, but we're not here to take this knowledge for ourselves. Twice in the last decade, the promise of unimaginable power has prompted men to meddle with technology they do not understand, and the realm has been dragged into the very brink of oblivion on both occasions. We shall not be so irresponsible as to risk another. Wedge, do we call our company's creed? Yes, Chief. It's, freedom through technology? Exactly. Freedom. When we forsook our homeland, we swore that we would have no truck with machines that could be used to promote tyranny. That has not changed. Should you feel tempted to break your oath, remember this. The wonders of the all-knowing Allegan Empire could not save their civilization, and have damn near doomed ours. Twice. That is why we must explore the Crystal Tower, and, if needs be, seal away its secrets. I'm trying to, like, remember who this is before the character reveal is, and I'm just like, oh god, it's been so long. A compelling viewpoint. Yet it is unwielding wills such as yours that have defined the course of history. So you return at last. What, pray tell, has kept you so wholly preoccupied that you could not spare a moment to inform me of your progress or preservation? Why, the task you assigned to me, of course. Surely you've not forgotten about the Aether Sand? I tasked a Pasking adventurer with delivering it. A more capable courier I could not imagine. Behold! A cat boy! Greetings, adventurer. Did I not say we would meet again? I believe an introduction is in order. I am Grahatia, one of the students of Baldessian, and I look forward to joining you on your groundbreaking expedition. Grahatia has been assigned to the project as an observer. I hope you'll forgive him his eccentricities and welcome him as one of our own. So then, our fellowship is complete, and I'll stand ready to step into the unknown. 3 cheers for Noah! Noah? That is the name I have chosen for our little collective. Given our differing backgrounds, we cannot very well call ourselves the Sons of St. Koinak, can we? And we must have a memorable appellation? And we must have a memorable appellation if our adventure is to leave its mark in the annals of history. I could claim that NOAA stands for Nominated Observers of Artifacts Historical, and so it does, technically, but my true reason for choosing this name stems from the fact that it is shared by a vaunted Allegan Archmagus. An Archmagus? I like the sound of that. Very well, now that the pressing matter of what to call ourselves has been settled, it is time we set forth to brave the outer defenses of the Crystal Tower. Is everyone ready to depart? Ready! Graha just waved and we do our nod as we always do. Labyrinth of the Ancients. Grahatia is eager to begin the expedition to the Crystal Tower. God, I forget how fucking jacked male Mikote are. Like, look at that. And they don't even have a muscle slider. Their models just look like this. I think the only races to have muscle sliders are Rogadin, which is what I am, and Highlander Heroes. And even then, it's not really a muscle slider, but more muscle definition. Like, you know, the normal mapping. Esteemed colleagues, the secrets of ancient Alec beckon. Let us not keep them waiting any longer. Adventurer, you and I will join the engineers at the Crystal Tower's main gateway, where we will endeavor to neutralize the structure's outer defenses. Rambos, meanwhile, will remain here and oversee the operation. Given my knowledge of Allegan history, it seems logical that I should lead the expedition itself, though I admit the role does not exactly befit my status as an observer. Still, we can but make use of the resources at hand. Assuming all are in agreement, let us proceed forthwith to the large lopsided gate found to the southeast. Finally! The Crystal Tower lies beyond this portal. Now comes the interesting part. Sid, you are the only one of our number who has ever crossed this threshold. I ask that you take the lead for the present. here we are. I say, the energy radiating from these statues is palpable. Lucky for us that it is. One might otherwise stroll past them. Feast your eyes on the elemental defenses which prompted our lengthy preparations. These sentinels prevented would-be intruders from advancing to within 20 yalms of the tower's inner reaches. No matter how swiftly they may be. Happily, the crystal fangs we took such pains to craft should spare us the inconvenience of instantaneous annihilation. Here, allow me to demonstrate. Chief, it's too dangerous to allow anyone else to risk his life testing one? Quite right. I made the damn things. It's my job to see that they work. Success! I, for one, am convinced. Friends, ready your fangs! Wait, that's water? Wind? The earth. Last one is yours, old friend. Seemed only right. There we go. They be down. Haha, we did it! So much for the outer defenses. Indeed, the entrance to the tower is near at hand. My blood fairly sings with anticipation. Speaking of blood, I have a proposal for the next stage of the expedition. I suggest we wait here while Lona and a hand-picked party of her adventuring companions enter the tower. But without us? I thought we came here to survey the entire structure. We did, and we will, but our investigation must proceed at a more measured pace. If the outside of the place is well defended, can you imagine what awaits us on the inside? Only a true hero could reasonably hope to brave the hazards and head ahead and live to tell the tale. Lona here fits that description better than anyone I know. Aww. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Sid. And it is not as if we shall be idle in her absence. While Lona and her companions are risking life and limb to beat us a pass to the tower, we can set about analyzing this rubble for evidence of how its technologies function. Your knowledge of ancient lore will be invaluable to that endeavor, historian Graha Tia. Do you ever tire of being right, old man? For Lona, as it seems I won't be accompanying you, allow me to at least provide some instruction. The maze that surrounds the base of the tower is known as the Labyrinth of the Ancients. During this initial foray, I suggest that you concentrate on ridding the place of hostile elements. When you are reasonably certain that the maze is secure, contact me via link shell and we shall join you post-haste, no matter what Master Garland says. Though we would prefer it if any relics you encounter remained intact, you will have to leave do whatever is necessary to secure ingress to the upper levels of the tower. Fortune go with you, Lona. Labyrinth of the Ancients is now accessible. Let's freaking go! And before we do, let me just make sure. Okay, let's do that. Behold, what is sure to be fucking chaos. And you will see why. With the help of Sidnon Garland, the members of the expedition to the Crystal Tower have successfully penetrated the defenses of the 8th Sentinels. The ancient Allegan structure is not so easily entered, however, and the Labyrinth of the Ancients now awaits the Fellowship of Noah as they seek the ultimate prize. Also, who knows how fucking long doing this is going to take? Because as you can see, we're trying to grab 23 other players for this. Hopefully it takes less than 8 minutes, but who knows how long this will take. Welcome to Alliance Raids. We're a party of 24, well, rather, 24 players split into 3 parties of 8. Go adventuring. It is going to be chaos, and if you are playing this game and you haven't already, done this yourself, where would it be? If you go to character configuration, control settings, and character, you can affect your, like, battle effects, you know, like the animations and stuff for, your spells. And I would highly recommend, yourself can be on own, or yourself can be on show all. Party can be either on show all or show limited. I do show limited just because, but I would highly recommend that on others, you do show none, especially if you're doing an alliance raid, or else it'll become fucking chaos and impossible to discern anything because of, you know, 24 players casting spells at the same time. I highly, highly recommend you tone that down. Hello, sirs. I've never actually taken a good look at you because you're normally hostile. I didn't mean to attack you, sir. I'm so sorry. It becomes particle effects of the game, exactly. Also, I love Summoner and Scholar's basic attack. Just whack them with the book. Just whack them with the book. Smack her. Also, really funnily, I want to say Summoners and Scholars, at least for a time, I don't know if it's still true, had the most powerful, you know, basic auto attack. Whacking your enemies with the book, more effective than stabbing them with a lance. Oh god, this really is going to take the 8 minutes, if not longer, huh? Fuck me. What do I do? I guess we can go look at people's housings again. I would also... I don't know how much y'all care, but I would also take the opportunity to, I don't know, answer questions about my character. Granted, I don't know how many questions I'm going to be able to answer without spoiling things. Nope, not that. That's not how you... Go in. A little smack, like crushing a bug with your on your desk. Exactly. Exactly. I would like to do this as a summoner. Would it actually be faster if I did this as a healer? Because normally for most things, if you queue as it as a tank or a healer, you should have faster queue times because there are less tank and healer players than there are DPS players. Because everyone likes to play DPS. The exception being, alliance raids, where as you can see, we need 15 DPS people. And so normally DPS queues for alliance raids are fairly fast. You know, relatively. And I'm like, is it worth it popping out, swapping the scholar, and then seeing how that goes? Ah, this person hasn't decorated their house yet. They just got it. They haven't even had the chance to block strangers from coming in. Because that's what yellow houses are. Yellow houses are locked houses. That means you cannot go in. It is so funny though how everyone here keeps using the wisteria tree item. It is very pretty. It's just funny how nearly every house I've seen here uses it. This one's using cherry blossoms. And this, which is also very pretty. Got a little, like, bamboo garden. Nice little fire pit. An onsen. Hell yeah. Why is your infinite up here? Hello? I can't get anywhere else. Little place sits. Hey, there we go. Bouncing up on the roof. Yeah, I mean, clearly you're meant to do that. Why do you think they have the step ladder, you know, like this? You're meant to get up there. I forgot the cutscenes. Okay, no, I did. Okay, good. Oh, fuck. Oh, God, I forgot I was so scared that I forgot to turn on cutscenes. But behold, Labyrinth of the Ancients. I have a staircase that leads up to the roof on your house of Fallout 76, so mood. All right, we are Alliance B. There's also Alliance A and Alliance C, and there's some. Okay, there we go. Someone Alliance A was weak and fucking hated getting Crystal Tower in the roulette, and so they left. But yeah, yep, there's 24 of us. Alliance raids is one of the biggest things you can do in this game. But yeah, because Crystal Tower is the only Alliance raid that is required by main story, whenever you do, like, Alliance raid roulette, you have, like, an 80% chance, if not higher, to be sent here instead. And so everyone fucking hates this raid. And so there are often people who I will call cowards because the moment they realize they have gotten a Crystal Tower Alliance raid, will immediately just abandon the duty and be like, give me something else. And I'm like, why are you queuing for Alliance raids if you're scared of getting Crystal Tower? You should know Crystal Tower has an 80 to 90% chance of being picked. So
yeah, these first little bits, it's basically just take care of the enemies and make sure you don't stand on the lower areas, because eventually a bunch of purple goop will show up and it hurts to be in the goop. Don't be in the goop. Although we are killing them so fast that the goop's not even spawning. Oh, there we go. The goop kinda spawned. You kinda saw it. Alright, Bone Dragon. So ideally with Bone Dragon, a tank will get the Bone Dragon's aggro and then pull them, yep, all the way up to the north here. There will also occasionally be skeletons that we need to take care of, and we want to make sure we kill them very fast. Bone Dragon doesn't have a lot of HP, but the reason for that is because whenever the Bone Dragon is down, the skeletons will show up and try to, like, merge with the Bone Dragon, and if they do so, it hurts. Like that. That big pulse, that was a skeleton breaching the Bone Dragon. And then we just rinse and repeat. Do this several times. Watch out for the purple goop. The goop is bad. I believe this is the last go around. Yes, it is. So on the last go around, rotting eyes will start to spawn. If you can kill the Bone Dragon fast enough, you can completely ignore these things. Like that. Easy peasy. Now we must go this way. This is the bay. Yes, it is. Where the hell are way markers? That one. There we go. So what I just did is I placed some way markers up that I had saved, just to help clarify for people, because there are 3 paths here, and you want to make sure your alliance goes to the correct path. So like Alliance A wants to go down here, B wants to go down here, C should go over there. And stick with your alliance, please and thank you. Because if not enough people go down each path, we encounter a problem. So on each path, 4 people must stand on a pad so that it glows. 4 people on this blue pad will make this one targetable. 4 people on the purple pad will make that one targetable. 4 people on this pad will make this one targetable. We want to kill all the Atmoses. Unfortunately, if you're on the pad, you are too far away, even if you were a ranged attacker, to do anything. So we get to have the very invigorating gameplay of watching half the team fight the enemies as half the team just stands here and does nothing. Game design. Oh? The tank was kinda smart? Sometimes you will have a tank who actually decides to be generous and will lead, not the Atmos, but the ads that the Atmos spawns and lead them to the people on the button. so that the people on the button can do something that's not just stand on the button. Alright, Thanatos. Thanatos can only be hurt if you are a ghost. Alliance A becomes a ghost first. So if you're not in Alliance A, we get to just kind of dance. Game design. At least until the ads show up. Then you can do something. But eventually Alliance B will have a turn to be a ghost, and then eventually so will Alliance C. But if Alliance C becomes a ghost, that means something has gone wrong, and the people that have become a ghost haven't been attacking Thanatos as much. But yeah, general rule of thumb is if you are a ghost, attack Thanatos. If you are not, attack the ads. And that's Thanatos. Alright, up next is another thing where we will want to split up to our alliance raid, although I don't actually have the way markers for this. I probably should grab them. If someone does it, I should probably grab them, just in case. So yeah, there are 3 demons, although you can't really see the third one because they're back there. Alliance A will take this demon, Alliance C will take this demon, and B will take the one in the back. Over here, please. Please, sir. Get away from the bomb. Okay, so the demons have, you know, a bunch of, like, AoEs and stuff, so you want to make sure you're at, like, a distance as long as you're not the tank, because if you're the tank, you have to be near them. But occasionally, Allegan bombs and Allegan napalms will spawn, and you want to kill them, especially the Allegan napalms, before they reach the center bomb. Because if they reach the center bomb will grow, and eventually become so big that it is an instant wipe. And we don't want that to happen. You also can't take care of the bomb because the demons are tethered to it. And while all the demons are alive, you can't actually hurt the bomb. But there we go. And no one let their bombs touch the one in the middle. Hell yeah, dude. This is a good group. Crystal Tower runs aren't always this easy because sometimes there's some people just trolling and other times you just have a bunch of new people. And you get really scuffed runs, and the scuffed runs are admittedly kind of fun. Anyway, Behemoth! The big boy. So, if you have one of these markers, you want to make sure you stand a little bit away from Behemoth, because he will drop meteors on the people with the little green rock icons. As is tradition with Behemoth, you want to hide behind the rocks so that you don't get hit by Behemoth's big meteor attack like that, because it is an instant death if you are. But you also want to make sure your that if you're one of the people with the rocks, that you're not in Behemoth's hitbox, or else it won't count. Hate this motherfucker with every single part of you. Luckily, he's not that hard, other than making sure you know to hide behind the rocks and you don't have the rocks too close to him. So iconic, Final Fantasy. Yeah! The worst fucking beast in Monster Hunter, you hate him! I'm surprised no one's pulled the final boss yet. Because people in the Crystal Tower, raids are often very impatient and will not wait for people who are watching cutscenes and just fucking pull the boss immediately. So I'm like, hey, you know what? Thank you for waiting. I'm so sorry. Send me up! Here we go, we are here. Oh, is this music straight from 3? Hell yeah. So this bit, there are reasons why we have marked these specific circles with the alliance numbers, and why there's a 1 here. Ideally, if you are the one main tanking, you are bringing Phlegathon over to this point here. This is so that there's a very big indicator whenever he's about to do a certain attack. For now, though, Phlegathon will just have a bunch of different kind of AoEs. He will occasionally spawn Iron Claws, which will pin down target a party member and pin them down. You want to kill the claws so that your party member can, you know, do things. There's another AoE. There! When he moves to the center of the arena and casts Ancient Flare, everyone needs to get on these little circles here. If not enough people are on them, this wall doesn't go up, and that big blast will instantly kill everyone. It will also instantly kill anyone who doesn't make it behind the wall. But yeah, that's why we pull Phlegathon up forward, so that there's an easy tell of whenever he's about to cast Ancient Flare. Because he always moves to the center for it. Oh, we can super green. Goodbye, dude. Sorry you time traveled a bit, no worries. And that's Labyrinth of the Ancients. Get the fuck out of here. Gonna go to bed. 3 hours is not enough sleep. Who would have thought? Yeah, no worries. Go take care of yourself, Ven. Go get the sleep. VODs will always be here. Oh there, Finlona. Very impressive, I must say. Your name shall be writ large in the volumes that are sure to be penned on this historic expedition. Scale of the structure defies comprehension. Someone plainly thought bigger was better. According to the findings of my Baldessian colleagues, the Crystal Tower was constructed to collect and store the endless energies of the sun. A characteristically ambitious undertaking. Now, what if the tower's inner defenses? Judging by your haggard expression, clearing out the labyrinths was no small feat. I had to fight behemoths, some demons, a bomb, a big guy with a sword.
A giant of a man wielding a shimmering scimitar, you say? Yes, that would have been Phlegathon, not Acheron. Phlegathon. He was a hero of the Allegan Revolution. I believe this is a reference to the fact that, in the original translation, maybe, for Final Fantasy III, Phlegathon's name was called Acheron instead of Phlegathon for whatever fucking reason. And this is them just, like, doing like wink, wink, nudge, nudge kind of thing. I have no idea. It's a reference to something. And you gleaned that from what exactly? His choice of weapon? Well, I am a historian, and I'll have a certain, shall we say, affinity for the lore of the Allegan Empire. It is, of course, all knowledge gleaned from musty scrolls and tomes. The ancient texts claim that the Crystal Tower is defended by the champions of Eld, resurrected and augmented through the Allegan's extraordinary technology. Shiva, you need to see this! Look at that JPEG. Well, there it is. Foot of the tower. What surprises do you have in store for us, I wonder? Can't tell you how glad I am to have you with us on this little jaunt, old friend. Had you not been to pass with this maze, I very much doubt we'd be standing here now. Well, we'll have much to discuss and digest. Let us retire to St. Koinek's Find for the present and plan our next step. Lest there be any doubt, our expedition has some way yet to go. Now you're gonna actually put me at St. Koinek's Find, or are you gonna... Yep, okay. Gonna make me go the long way, huh? And it's all purple again! Weather here sucks, dude. What are you guys doing? You just leave the business of sorting out the aftermath to us. Focus on clearing out the nasties and we'll move into surveying what's left. The Allegan civilization thrived within the borders of the vast empire, producing the marvels of the like this world has never seen again. It's said that its technology was so advanced, the Magitech of Garland mode appears crude and childlike in comparison. When I first laid eyes on the Crystal Tower, I finally realized the truth of that claim. So good of you to join us, Frilona. Our meeting would be dull indeed without a full account of your experiences in the labyrinth. Take a moment to collect yourself, and when you're ready, we shall debate how best to proceed. For prosperity, Grahatia is ready to address the assembled Fellowship of Noah. The Fellowship of Noah being accounted for, it is time this assembly was called to order. Rambrose will be presiding over the meeting. If you'd be so kind as to inform him of your readiness to proceed. He's right here, bud. What do you mean? Welcome back, Frilona. I've just been reading about your encounter in the Labyrinth of the Ancients. It pleases me greatly to know that you seem none worse the wear for the experience. For your reference, I've added my own notes to Graha's preliminary expedition report and have begun compiling a Crystal Tower survey log. The information contained therein will be available to you at all times. Should you have any questions, you need only ask. Now, if there are no objections, I shall begin a summary of the expedition's key accomplishments. In the course of this, our first foray into the grounds of the Crystal Tower, we succeeded in neutralizing the structure's outer defenses, before proceeding to secure the maze surrounding the base of the spire. According to Fernlona's account, the labyrinth's defenses were most emphatically active. Disturbingly, her report also mentions a violent encounter with a sentry heavily augmented by elegant technology. In short, our misgivings were well-founded. The Crystal Tower was not simply thrust above the chaotic shifting of Earth. It has somehow been reawoken. If, as seems increasingly likely, the tower's secrets should prove too dangerous to share with the world, we will have no choice but to contain them. Short of leveling the place, this will almost certainly involve returning its mechanisms to a state of dormancy. To do that, however, we will first need to address the question of how they work. The answer to which must surely be waiting for us inside the tower itself. In conclusion, that is where we must go. A task rather easier said than done, if the perils of the labyrinth are any indication. Then I move that all further exploration of the tower be delayed until such a time as an exhaustive analysis of the structure's defenses have been completed. Master Garland, may I entrust this task to you? It would be my pleasure. Don't forget about us! It's like you said, Chief. We founded the Ironworks to make sure that the technology was being used for the right reasons. And that means making sure that it's not being used for the wrong ones. We wouldn't be doing our jobs if we didn't see this through to the end. Lads. Well, I hope you're ready for some back-breaking chores. I almost read that wrong. I almost read that wrong. Well, everything seems to be in hand here. So I shall take my leave of you for the present. If I am to witness this valiant tale unfold with mine own eyes, I must needs hone my martial skills ere we ascend the spire. You'll do nothing of the sort, Graha. Your knowledge may prove useful to Master Garland's investigation. Him pout. As an observer, I am not, strictly speaking, subject to your authority. Pray do not mistake my intent, Fernlona. I am well aware that I shall never be a match for one of your innate talents, however hard I train. Be that as it may, pray do not allow your skills to rust from disuse during the coming pause. We will need you fighting fit if our subsequent forays are to prove as productive as this one. Mark me, we have not yet caught more than the briefest glimpse of that which time has obscured. Soon, however, we shall cast off the veil and gaze upon the glory of the Allegan Empire. And with that encouraging thought in mind, it is time to bring this assembly to a close. Let us focus on the tasks at hand, that our next expedition may begin all the sooner. Meeting adjourned. Oh, hey, look, it's Outlandish Man. It's such a terrible mess. Yet does it leave the door wide open, so to speak? One cannot help but be impressed. I'm beginning to understand the reliance that you place on adventurers, old friend. So, this is the legacy of the Allegan Empire left behind. If my readings are correct, the energy source waiting atop the tower is a match for even the Ultima weapon. Nay, more than a match. A new toy for me to play with. And look, it's Nero! I believed the fates had conspired to deny me my just rewards once again, but it would seem they had a greater destiny in mind for me. And so long as my ambition burns, I shall strive to seize it. The dream lives on, Cid. Do not disappoint me. This is the guy with the red armor from the Garlean Empire, by the way. With the big fucking hammer. And yeah, at this point in real life,
if you were playing this game as the patches were coming out, several months would have gone by before this next quest. But we get to just do it now. Circus Tower. Rambrose is frustrated over Noah's lack of progress on the Crystal Tower.
Ah, 'tis you, my friend. You're doubtless eager to hear of our progress on the Crystal Tower.
Well, yeah, it's only been like 5 minutes. Tell me, what have you done?
Excellent. I'd be disappointed to hear otherwise. Of course, disappointed is the word of the day, I fear. I'm ashamed to say there is nothing worthwhile to report. The Suns continue to probe the labyrinth of the ancients, and every day brings new discoveries. Alas, the same cannot be said of the Crystal Tower proper. We have not been able to set so much as a single foot inside of it.
You will recall how the 8 Sentinels stood between us and the labyrinth initially. In a like manner, the entryway to the principal spire, Circus Tower, the Alligans called it, is also protected by technology far more advanced than our own. Sid and I have tried every trick we know, but without success. Frankly speaking, we're at a loss.
It is discouraging, but we cannot give up. There must be a way in. And so the situation stands, my friend. Until we gain entry into the tower, I fear your talents shall avail us. It will require time that I am loath to waste, but I have a mind to set my people to scouring such ancient texts as we have on hand.
Perhaps we can be of assistance? And you are? Be at ease, friends, for we share the self-same goal. I am Une, and my companion is called Doga. We are scholars of the Allagan civilization, sent by the students of Aldessian to assist in your endeavor.
Une and Doga. Rather unusual names for this day and age, if I might be forgiven for observing, but I digress. You claim to be here at the students' behest, but we have received nary a word of your coming. Moreover, in light of the recent incident at the Isle of Vowel, I shall think that they would be they would have more rather pressing concerns. We can only assume that the message failed to reach you due to some mishap. I assure you that we are here to help.
Graha? You good there, bud? Do you have a migraine?
What is it, Graha?
Tis nothing. There was a pain, but it has subsided. Well, this is rather unexpected. Your right eye is the same as ours.
The same? You have the Allagan eye as well? The sanguine hue is said to be a trait unique to the Allagans, yet I inherited it from my father as he did from his. Only one child in a single generation is born with the eye. In all my life, I have sought to learn the truth of its manifestation. If there's aught you know, I implore you to tell me.
My deepest apologies, but we have no answers for you. The only thing is only one thing is certain. Those who possess the trait are bound by fate to Allag. As your eye has placed you upon the path you walk, so too have we come to fulfill our destiny. Absurd though it may sound, it is the truth. It seems to me we have naught to lose by accepting their aid. What say you?
If that is your wish, then so be it. Yet know that I mean to verify your story with the students of Aldessian when I am able. I trust there will be no objections?
Excuse me.
Very well. As of this moment, I name Une and Doga advisory members of Noah. Without further ado, let us have them examine the Circus Tower entrance.
I promise you will not have cause to regret your decision. God, for there being so much reading in this game, it sure is rather hard to find a point to drink.
Ferlona, I should be much obliged if you were to accompany our new friends to the tower. Biggs and Wedge are presently surveying the 8 sentinels. The 2 of them can show you the way. Upon arrival, pray report to Master Garland. He will brief you on the situation. I shall join you, Frelona. With Une and Doga's knowledge, along with your uncanny knack for setting events in motion, I am hopeful that we will finally see progress. Wait, nope, we gotta go this whole way. Can this gloom go away, please? Stop being purple. Right, I can't fly in here. Hey guys, what's up? We're examining the rubble in hopes it'll yield a clue to entering Circus Tower. Can you tell we're getting desperate? I sure can. Well, if it isn't Frelona, eager to enter Circus Tower and kill everything in no sight, no doubt. As I'm sure you've already heard, though, the place is locked up tight as a clam. New friends from the students, you say? Excellent. It's been slow going, or rather no going for the chief. You'll appreciate the help. If you'll just follow me, I'll take you to him. Praise be to Door? Oh, the lighting in here is all sorts of weird. Some old faces to lift the spirit. And a couple of new ones besides. Why are we so shiny? Why are his lips so shiny? Graha? Damn, boy, what lip gloss are you using? He's a cat boy. Allow me to introduce Une and Doga. They are scholars of ancient Alag, sent here by our friends of the Baldessian to aid in the investigation. He needs you to know he has very kissable lips. I mean, everyone's lips are kind of shiny, but his especially. As all cat boys do. We understand that you're having trouble circumventing the tower's defenses. 'Tis our hope that we can be of some small assistance. If your tires ought to go by, your assistance would prove invaluable indeed. Meanwhile, Sid is not shiny at all. To begin with, let me tell you about where we stand. Literally. Beyond rises Circus Tower, the principal spire of the structure collectively known as the Crystal Tower. The only way to get inside is through the proverbial front door, the imposing gate that you see here. The problem is, we can't get it to open. It's sealed by some mechanism whose workings are an utter mystery to us. Having no success via more orthodox methods, I went at it with everything from a pickaxe to a magic cannon. Nothing so much as put a scratch on it. For a blessing, the gate doesn't try to reduce us to ashes like the 8 sentinels, but that doesn't make it any less effective as a security measure. It's fiendishly frustrating in its simplicity. It's a big door. The only clue we have at present is the elaborate device carved upon it. A man and a woman respectant. Elegant royalty, by my judgment. Precisely who these individuals were, we cannot say, nor do we know whether the device actually serves a purpose. Like as not, it is purely decorative. In this game, never. Yeah, all hail Door. Praise be to Door. Just like in Horizon. I was just thinking that. Hey, Dis. If you're thinking to force it, save your strength. It's no use. Just ask for the calluses on my hands. Instead of all mother, it's all father or some shit. Rest assured, we do not mean to waste our strength. Indeed. Why ever should we exert ourselves when the gate will open of its own accord? I always find vocal sound effects to be really funny. Damn, boy! I don't think any of us expected that to happen. 7 hells. What is this? What did you do? What are you? Piercing the heavens and gathering the light, a symbol of mankind's glory and might. Its virtue guarded by gates impregnable, only to those of royal blood answerable. Exactly as passed through legend, I am delighted to see. It's Team Rocket, kind of? It's Bastard Man. Oh, the lighting are not doing you favors, Nero. Why is one of your eyes glowing but the other not? What is wrong with you? Beg pardons for interrupting your bewilderment, but I couldn't help but notice the remarkable playthings you have acquired. Nero, you're still alive? Garland, if I didn't know better, I would say that you weren't happy to see me. But I jest. In light of our recent meetings, you have every right to be wary. But rest assured, I am no longer a threat to you. My legion is for all intents and purposes defunct, and my association with it means a tight noose awaits me back in Garlemald. And so I've been roaming this land Eorzea, a regular itinerant. Back to lurking. It started snowing here, so you need to make sure the sidewalk is safe. All right. Good luck, Dis. Be safe. In the course of my wanderings, I chanced to catch wind of your latest venture. It sounded positively fascinating, so I decided to come here and join you. After the wrongs you've committed, you think us that gullible? If you're suspicious of my intent, 'tis only my just deserts, but I am determined to make amends. As a gesture of goodwill, I will share with you what I know, starting with these 2 odd characters. As you are doubtless already aware, the Crystal Tower was the symbol of ancient Alec's might and prosperity. Entry was permitted only to royalty and a select few individuals. According to the records I have unearthed, only royal blood can open the gate. In other words, the Emperor and his progeny were living keys. You mean to say that these 2 are descended from Allegan royalty? Oh, I suggest nothing so glamorous. To put it plain, they are imitations of royalty. Living keys born of Allegan ingenuity. Clones, I believe, is the name your creators gave your kind. Is that not so? It would seem the time for concealment has passed. Damn, my lips are also very shiny. Pray, accept our apologies. It was not our intent to deceive. We simply wish to avoid causing undue alarm by prematurely making what many would consider deranged claims. If it pleases you, let us return to the 8 Sentinels. There is much more to tell. Very well. Are we just going to leave the door open for anything to come in and out? Okay. I guess this is fine. 7 hells, do you seriously mean to follow us around? Come, Garland, you know me better than to think that I spoke in jest. What more will it take for us to be reconciled? A gift, perhaps? An elegant tombstone. It holds the information I just shared with you, and a deal more besides. It used to be the jealously guarded property of the 14th Legion, but it is yours now. I wish you joy of it. I look forward to working together, old friend. I love Toxic Yowie. I can't even call it old man Toxic Yowie, because despite how Sid looks, both Sid and Nero are only in their 30s. That's not exactly old man. And Nero is already gone. God fucking damn it, Nero. Oh no, but he's just over there. I didn't see him. My bad. He's in his timeout corner. But no, I am like serious. Like if you didn't already get the sense that these two are like have the most divorced energy from Nero's little temper tantrum in the Praetorium, it will become increasingly clear that Nero is the most divorced man in this game. Chief and Nero go all the way back to the Magic Academy. It's an exclusive school situated in the capital, reserved for the Empire's brightest elite. I don't know all the nitty-gritty details, but they didn't get along back then, and they don't get along now. Fate's a bastard for bringing them together again. Yeah, get along is one word for it. To think the Elegants could make copies of people. If this knowledge were to fall in the wrong hands, the world would become a terrible place. I shudder to imagine a dozen bigs shouting at me all day long. It goes without saying that Nero can't be trusted. You do well to keep an eye on him at all times. Let us hear what Une and Doga have to say. It will not be too late to decide a course of action afterwards. What about you, bucko? We may not have gotten off to the best starts, but the past is in the past. Yesterday's enemies can yet be today's friends. Do you not agree, Warrior of Light? I mean, I guess, but you have a lot of work to do, bud. You have every right to mistrust us, but I beg you hear us out. Long have we awaited this opportunity to fulfill our life's purpose. If you're ready to listen, we shall tell you all. As it pertains closely to your investigation, your leader, Rambrose, may wish to be present. Well, we're all here. Before we begin, pray allow me to apologize again. It was not our intent to deceive you. As you have already gathered, we are not scholars sent by the students of Aldessian. Nay, we are clones. Copies of people who once existed, given life through elegant technology. This is a rather lot to take in. If it would not be considered unseemly, might I ask why you and yours were created? And more specifically, what it is you now seek to do? Answering your questions requires us to revisit elegant history. Pray, bear with us. The Elegant Empire reached its zenith long before our kind came into being. In that glorious age, the Crystal Tower stood tall as the symbol of elegant pride. Parents took their children there to help that they might learn how the nigh limitless energy it produced brought prosperity to the whole empire. The prosperity, however, bred decadence, and the empire began to show signs of stagnation. This decline was made all the more rapid for want of a strong leadership. In a matter of generations, the Allegan civilization became a pale shadow of its former self. Its once gleaming cities fell to disrepair, and its frontier lands were given over to the wilderness. Lamenting the pitiful state of affairs, one technologist made it his mission to restore Alec to greatness. Amon was his name, and he believed the alien empire wanted for naught but a potent ruler. Excuse me? And none was more potent than its founding father, whom he sought to resurrect. The founding father? You cannot mean Emperor Zonde! None other. As part of his experiments, Amon created clones of the Emperor's descendants. We are the products of that experiment. Copies of Une and Doga. Historical texts mention the reigns of the two Allegan emperors named Zonde. It was commonly believed that the second was the namesake of the first. After all, such a custom was not uncommon among royalty and commoners alike. To think the two were in fact one and the same. Zonde returned from the grave and assumed his throne once more, and true to Amon's prediction, the Emperor restored his realm to the glory it once knew. Would that he could have been satisfied with that. In his previous life, the Emperor desired to bring the entire world under Allegan dominion, an ambition that ultimately went unfulfilled. Having been granted a second chance, he was determined to succeed. Realizing that he needed more power to wage his war of conquest, Zonde returned his sights to a forbidden source, darkness. In order to learn how to harness this power, he converted the Crystal Tower into a restricted research facility. Yeah, Nero? Darkness, again? Seven hells, what is it with megalomaniacal rulers turning to darkness in their lust for power? It's called Kingdom Hearts, Sid. Look it up! Well, at least this one won't be bothering us, being seven, fucking help me, reading it so hard, being thousands of years dead and all. Would that you were right, Master Garland. Alas, Emperor Zonde is very much alive. Within Circus Tower he still abides, his ambition burning all the more ardently for his empire's collapse. Wielding the power of darkness required prodigious amounts of energy that not even the Crystal Tower could produce. In order to augment the shortfall, Dalamud was created and launched into the heavens. On high it hung, gathering the sun's energy and channeling it to the tower below. However, a miscalculation resulted in a surge of energy that escaped into the land. This triggered an earthquake of unprecedented violence, the calamity that ushered in the Fourth Umbral Era. In the blinking of an eye, the mighty Allegan Empire was laid to waste. Yet, even as the Crystal Tower was sinking into the earth, the technologist Amon, now Emperor Zonde's closest aide, invoked powerful magics and halted the flow of time. Every soul within the structure, the Emperor included, was placed in a deep slumber. In that state, they were to remain until the time was ripe to reawaken. Eras came and went. After millennia of lying dormant, Dalamud was summoned back to the Earth. Its descent triggered the Seventh Umbral Calamity, in the wake of which the Crystal Tower re-emerged. At that moment, Emperor Zonde awakened. They're him! In his lust for power, the Emperor consorted with darkness and was seduced by its corrupting influence. Even though his empire is now little more than a fading memory, he will stop at nothing to see his ambition realized. Tis for no other purpose but to put an end to Zonde's madness that we exist. This is the mantle we have inherited from our namesakes, the true Une and Doga. Fearing what might befall the world, the two of them sought to thwart their emperor. They gave unto us their will, that we might carry on their mission should they fail. When we came to our senses within the Crystal Tower, we deliberated a course of action. Concluding that we alone could not overcome Zonde, we struck out to find a worthy ally. It has taken years, but our search is finally over. Just no ordinary woman who can cut a path through the labyrinth of the agents. Veer's our champion, Frenlona Westfalquin. We are confident that we can end Zonde's dark ambition once and for all. Well, that'll teach me for speaking too soon. Setting my chagrin aside, I see now why you knew about the students of Odessian amongst a host of other things. You were observing our investigation the whole time. So what will we do, Frenlona? The world's in grave danger again, and it just so happens you're an expert at saving it. Well, it's better than being an errand girl. You have our eternal gratitude. Together, let us see the Allegan Empire's dark past laid to rest. It has been our mission to recover the long-lost knowledge of the Allegan civilization. But what worth is that knowledge if it means subjecting the realm to peril? Truth be told, it pains me to think that the tower's secrets may become lost to us, but the greater good must ever come first. Besides, no quantity of ancient relics can compare to our friends Une and Doga, living, breathing Allegans. And so I hereby declare a change in Noah's objective. Henceforth, we shall direct all efforts towards sealing off Circus Tower. Its dark secrets must never know the light of day. Frenlona, as he did for us with the Labyrinth of the Ancients, I would have you enter the structure and eliminate hostile elements. Suffice it to say, this includes Emperor Zonde himself. Meanwhile, the rest of us shall examine ways to isolate Circus Tower from the outside world. To work, then. Are you going to agree to that, Nero? You little shit. Oh, what are they doing? What are you two doing? You guys talking? Okay, bye, Sid. I'm sorry, I was getting distracted by background animations. Wait, there's something I must know. My right eye is like yours. Does this mean... You inherited the trait from your father, you said. Know that clones are unable to bear offspring. You have no cause for concern. The Allegan Eye, you called it. But to us it is the royal eye, owing to the fact that the trait only manifests within those that possess royal blood. I cannot well explain why the eye runs in your line, but I am disinclined to think it a coincidence. Okay, I'm gonna make a joke, but I also have to explain context. Doga being like, I don't know why you have the Allegan Eye, that's so weird. And I'm just like, back in the time of the Allegan Empire, Zonde and a bunch of other, like, you know, Allegans treated the Mikote as slaves. Is it really so much of a stretch to think someone may have boinked their Mikote girl slave and made offspring, and then that line just continued on to Graha? You know what people do with their slaves, right? It's very unfortunate, but... Though you are doubtless impatient to learn the truth, pray have patience. All will be revealed in due time. Though their names do not appear to have survived the passage of time, Doga and Une were worthy individuals. They are not without faults, but they placed the welfare of the people above all else. When Xande was resurrected, they supported his second ascension to the throne in hopes that the Empire would flourish once more under his leadership. When it came to light that Xande was consorting with dark powers, however, they did all within their power to stop him. Among their many acts, they imbued us, two humble clones, with their will. Within the circus tower, you encounter clones who share our appearance. Though they too were created in the image of Doga and Une, they are but empty husks bereft of independent will. Their sole purpose is to eliminate intruders. Strike down the spitting images of Une and myself may give you pause, but you must not let that stay your hand. Thank you for the heads up. My apologies if I've given you cause to worry. I'm quite well, I assure you. As you can appreciate, there has been much for me to think on. But now is the time for action, not idle thoughts. Circus Tower awaits us. What is up with this weird ambient noises? It's almost Silent Hill-ish. I kind of hate it. Your task is to eliminate all hostile elements within the structure, Xande himself included. This will afford us the chance to seal off the facility. May the crystal grant you strength. The ghosties in the back just oohing at you. Circus Tower is now available. Circus Tower. Having secured a path to through the labyrinth of the agents, the Fellowship of Noah finds itself before the entrance to the Crystal Tower proper. With the aid of their new companions, Une and Doga, the companions succeed in opening the gate whose workings had baffled even the brightest minds among them. Upon learning that dark forces have awakened within, the Fellowship decides to suspend its investigative effort in favor of sealing off the tower. You must fight your way to the apex and defeat the resurrected Emperor Xande, that Eorzea might be free of his all-consuming ambition. And once again, we now must wait. Oh, it's this thing! This thing is the thing that's making noise. Fucking Phlegathon card. What to do? What to do? We're never gonna be able to explore these fucking houses. Because every time I try, the thing pops. I'm just struggling to come up with things to do as we wait for cues. Now again, if there are any questions about my character or the world, I will do my best to answer in a spoiler-free way. Ooh, it's like a bathhouse. Am I up here? Cannot tell. What's her origin story? Oh boy. Okay, so her parents
her father was a Charlian scholar, which is basically the country of like nerds. Most of the like scions are from Charlian. And her mother was an adventurer, who was like just like passing through the area where the father lived. They fell in love. Father decides to join the mother on adventures. Oh, never. Oh. Let me in, please. Oh, right, I accidentally have party in progress active. Whoops. Well, we don't get the cutscene, my bad. I need to fucking turn that off, I forgot. We run! What? See, but that's what I mean when I'm like, people like to leave the Crystal Tower raids immediately when they get it. Because we just filled in someone who did just leave immediately. Because they are weak and are cowards. Why do a roulette if there are going to be things that you don't like? Especially when you know the thing you don't like has an 80 to 90% chance of being chosen. Oh, right. Skill actually has mechanics I can't just continue talking about for Lona. Alright, so Skilla here, unfortunate woman who has been, corrupted with dogs and also just has her fucking booba out. Look at her go. Just hanging out there. So yeah, occasionally people will get, these purple orbs tethered to them. You want to try to feed the purple orbs into these little, towers with lightning so that they don't explode on you and do damage. However, a tower can only hold 3 orbs. Like when this orb hits that one, a third color will light up, and that one is full and can no longer take orbs. So if you have an orb, you'll have to put it to this one or this one. I have an ice orb, which means I just get to eat shit. Goodbye. There's nothing to do if you get hit by an ice orb. Oh, I'm in the middle of 2 AoEs. That's fucking bad. Ow. If you are hit by an ice orb, the only way to get freed is to have somebody with an ice orb run it, like, hide behind you so that the fire orb hits you instead, freeing you. Yeah, it's a bunch of chaos, but here we are. Once you cast Ancient Flare, you ideally want to be on a water puddle to take less damage, but she also doesn't do that much damage either, so it's fine. But yeah, her origin story is basically a bunch of things they do to try to like justify some like weird oddities with the game, along with some like other headcanons I have. So yeah, like father's a Charlian scholar, mother is an adventurer. They fell in love. Father decides to join the mother on the adventures. Wow, you actually didn't do your fire attack? Or is that the other thing? I don't remember. Trying to do combat and talking is very hard. Even when it's something as basic as this. But hey, look, here's the clones that they warned us about. Eventually, when Ferlona's mother was pregnant with her, they were in like around like the La Noscia, Limsa Lominsa area, so they like slowed down until Ferlona was born, and then after that, they kind of like hung around again in the like La Noscia, Limsa Lominsa pirate town area until Ferlona was old enough for them to go on like adventures, but like as like a family, like it was like easier to like travel with Ferlona. All right, Glacia Labelas doesn't really have mechanics that we're going to see other than occasionally he will spawn little clockwork things that have circles around them. Don't be in the circles or else you're going to be frozen and can't do anything until the clockwork thing dies. And then eventually when Ferlona... get out of that. Eventually when Ferlona was old enough, she split off from her parents to go adventuring on her own. As her parents retire back to Charlene. That's kind of all I can really talk about, because there's one specific incident in her childhood that I would love to mention, but I can't talk about that yet. Because spoilers. But yeah, that, the whole thing about her, like, being born in Limsa, but also not having, like, you know, really, like, grown up there too much is supposed to, like, represent the weird thing where when you start this game and you pick whatever city that you want to start off in, the game treats you as if you are new to that location. However, whatever later parts of the game ask where you are from, your character can say the starting city, which doesn't make any fucking sense. And so I, like, get around that by being like, oh yeah, no, she was born in La Noscia, but she also hasn't been there in a couple years. Granted, I did also change Ferlona's start in my head so that rather than, you know, truly be new to Limsa Lominsa, and, you know, like, new to adventuring and stuff, she's been an adventurer on her own for a couple years now. Like, she's not, like, you know, like a super big name adventurer, but, like, you know, she knows all the adventurers guilds. People know that she's, like, a reliable hand. All that. Hey, look, here's Amon. My, such unruly guests. 'Twould seem a little diversion is in order. Amon does have mechanics. Too many, you may argue. So he'll occasionally spawn elemental byproducts. You want to kill them before they reach him, or else everybody will get inflicted with status effects such as silence, which as a caster would be really fucking be bad to be hit with. I don't want to, thank you. He will also summon fucking cum-cums. Unfortunate name. People who have an orb tethered to them will want the orb to be hit by the cum-cum instead, so that the cum-cums have less health. If a player is hit by an orb, they will become small instead. I'm a fucking frog! He will now also turn some people into frogs. The frogs can free the people in the ice barriers. I'm not going to, though, because that will do for the opening act. Let the curtains rise for the main attraction. He's using his big skill, curtain call. We want to hide behind the frozen people and the ice boulders, because otherwise, you instantly fucking die. And that's Amon. Imagine your cum-cum shrinking people. That's someone's fetish. You have the dumbest sense of humor. This is the funniest thing you've heard. All right, Zonde, let's go.
You fight valiantly, mortals, but to no avail. Again, I'm surprised they're actually waiting for me watching this cutscene. Nope, never mind, there it goes. Absolute darkness draws nigh. Soon it shall be unleashed and all shall return to nothingness.
Yep, there it is. There's the people being impatient. So these orbs, people need to stand in them or else everyone takes big damage. Alright, then he will leave and summon some starfall circles. We want to kill the starfall circles because if we don't do it in time, the giant meteors they're summoning will crash down and hurt us. And you know, that's bad. Next, he will give us our first instance of there being multiple stack markers. Normally, if there are multiple stack markers, you do not want to stack the stacks. This is the only time in the game where you can do so. But yeah, you want to stack the stacks here and only here, and then stand on the little floaty bits, because otherwise you will be hit by Karaga and die. He'll disappear again, and second, first, same as the first, except now there's more of them. There's more meteors. Again, there will be stack markers. We want to stack them. And then stay on the little floaty that they give us.
What? Get away! Get away!
Okay, we're fine. And that's Sunday. And the circus tower. Go wait. I forgot to calm the person because I was so trying to leave before I got all the shit. I forgot to calm the person. I'm so sorry. I forgot to give a commendation. Verlona. You did it! You defeated Emperor Zonde! Emperor
Empires may rise and fall, but man's indefatigable? What the fuck? Why does this word have two, like, starters to it? Empires may rise and fall, but man's indefatigable spirit ever lives on. Truly, you are the champion we could have hoped for Lona, for Westfalkwin. Dogen, fucking reading is so hard. Hey, Demon Queen! Welcome. Emperor Zonde now at eternal rest. His dark legacy may be undone. Why are you geared up, bud? Why are you in your armor again? What are you playing at now, Nero? In case you haven't noticed, Garland, these are dangerous surrounds. Can a man be faulted for exercising due caution? At any rate, you needed to mind me. I am perfectly capable of looking after myself. Go on and finish what you came to do. There are two ways we may seal off Sacred's Tower. Either isolate it from the outside world, or cripple its ability to produce energy. The method of choice is yours to make. Before you proceed, however, Dogen and I must needs attend to a task. That distortion. What is it? The power that Zonde sought to obtain comes from the Void, the world of darkness, as our people called it. Because we're in Kingdom Hearts now. And the true nature of that power was none other than the armies of Voidsent. Voidsent feed on ether, as you may already know. No plane is richer in it than ours. In exchange for their allegiance, Zonde entered into an unholy covenant. He would open a gate through which the Voidsent could freely enter our world. The covenant, I'm afraid to say, is still in effect. However, being of the Emperor's lineage, Une and I can believe that we can annul it. By his blood, Zonde sealed his dark pact. By our blood, it shall be undone. It is time. Yes, Doga, finally we may fulfill our purpose. What are you fucking doing, Nero? Bro is lost. Bye. See you, dude. I mean, I know why they stopped doing background animations. Like when a text box is like actually open, because it is very distracting, but God, I miss it. Now background animations only actually take part when there's like no dialogue box. Nero, what are you doing? Oh, be still, my beating heart. For a moment, I feared that this outing would end in disappointment, but my readings were not mistaken. Not even the ultimate weapon compares to this. What are you going on about? I love doing villain laughs, it's fun. The covenant is everlasting. Ha! You've chosen that shape for your portal, huh? Hang on, Echo Vision. I'm getting a flashback. Protect me! And so, Marasidia is brought into the fold. Soon all the world shall be united under Allegan rule. And yet, with every dream that becomes reality, the memory of death grows ever more vivid. An endless void, bereft of light and warmth. Though I may have defeated death, it did not leave me unscathed. Nay, its raving claws have scarred my soul for eternity. Never shall I know peace. Beings without will, you cannot fathom my rage, my melancholy, my fear. What worth is wealth and power when it all must inevitably be consigned to nothingness? If man has nothing, he need not know the pain of loss. That is not the real Nero. The real Nero is a cute little cinnamon roll that could do no wrong, and how dare anyone say the contrary? Who the fuck are you talking about? Final Fantasy XIV Nero is a little shit. World's most divorced man. Never been married, and yet here we are. So let there be nothing. Harvest more power, that the gates may be thrown full open. Let the cloud of darkness come and engulf the world, devouring all life, hopes, and dreams. Let all be returned to nothingness.
DMC. Oh, okay, yeah. Devil May Cry Nero. Yep, okay. I don't know anything about Devil May Cry Nero, but okay, that makes way more sense. Also, we have a Catboy with us. Your favorite. Smile.
Verlona, pull yourself together. It's not my fault I have inconvenient flashback power. I don't get to choose when it activates. Is there no end to them? What in the seven hells is happening? And you're one to talk, you also get migraines. Not now, damn it. No, sit! God, why does Nero look so fucked up? Nero, were they part of your grand plan too? Save your japes, Garland. I did not put up with your arrogant face to play with worthless clones. How did you know I like Catboys? I mean, what are you talking about? Something controls them. A void scent, and no ordinary one at that. Toga! Up into the Yonic portal you go. And so does she go. Confound it, without them, there is no way to master the darkness. That power is mine. Oh, he's been taken too. Goodbye. The Covenant shall be honored. I am the cloud of darkness. I shall devour your light and return this world to the void. Damn it, the rift is gone. What are we supposed to do now? As much as it pains me to leave without them, there's precious little that we can do. Let us return to Lafine and consult Rambros.
Yeah, this is bad Void, though. This is more akin to Kingdom Hearts, not Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight's also the only game I can think of, at least off the top of my head, where the Void is debatably good. Debatably. That's why I'm saying debatably. It's more neutral, I guess, in Hollow Knight. It's just quote-unquote good because some of the endings imply we can control it to some degree. Or, you know, like Ghost can at least. This darkness is more like Kingdom Hearts darkness, where darkness is inherently evil. Hollow Knight Void is not. Hollow Knight is less a good versus evil plot and more of a gods fucked around and found out and we're suffering because of it. Yeah, exactly. I feel as though I'm forgetting something important, but for the life of me, I cannot remember what that something is. Me constantly. I love having memory problems. And all this happened within the tower. Gods preserve. The rift that manifested before the throne was a void gate. Of this I am certain. There exists a myriad kinds of void scent. The more powerful the being, the larger the gate must be for it to pass through. It would seem that Zande sought to open a gate of unprecedented proportions, one that would allow this cloud of darkness entry into our world. Fortunately for all of mankind, he did not succeed. I shudder to imagine what this void scent is capable of. However dreadful it may be, we cannot abandon our friends. There's no way to save them. Every time you hear a joke about the darkness, you always just hear the mermaid man screaming, "Evil!" Why do we keep talking about SpongeBob with this game? What is happening? I will not lie to you, Master Garland. The situation is bleak. The Voidsent can enter our world. Instances of men entering the Void have never been documented. It pains me to give voice to my fears, but we do not even know whether our friends still live. Damn it. I feel so hopeless. No, I refuse to give up. We must save Doga and Une. And Nero, I guess, maybe. We share the same eye, 'tis true, but that is not what motivates me. Above all, I wish to help them fulfill their mission. A mission whose burden they have borne for thousands of years. And besides, we cannot leave matters as they are. So long as Zande's dark covenant is binding, our world is in danger. 'Tis our duty to prevent the worst from coming to pass. Ever since meeting Une and Doga, you have not quite been yourself. Tell me true, is all well with your eye? I honestly cannot say. I only know that there is a memory that I must recall. As a child, my father told me the truth that our eye rests with Alag. The answer eludes me still. But one day I will find it. Because SpongeBob is unquestionably peak comedy that no one will ever be able to recreate ever again. Not even, true, not even modern SpongeBob quite hits the same. Granted, that also could be just because we're all older, but... I am with Graha. However slim the odds, we must try to save Une and Doga. I and that bastard Nero as well, if only to make certain that he won't try to make any more mischief. Get fucked, Nero, you are an afterthought. You have the right of it. Though we have known them but briefly, Doga and Une are our comrades. We cannot fail them.
I shall consult experts in literature both. I swear to leave no stone unturned. Yet know that it may be a while before we are ready to act. I would ask that you all be patient. When dealing with the void, one cannot be cautious enough. My thanks again for your assistance. Pray, rest now while you can, for when the time comes to go after our friends, you mustn't be at no less than full strength. Save them yet, Fernona. Mark my words.
Hell yeah. Also, Demon Queen, if you were actually true and you liking Catboys, you would be glad to know there was a cutscene that had really fucked up lighting, but because of it, Graha's lips looked very shiny and kissable. It was really funny. The World of Darkness. Rambros has a furrowed brow and look of one with ill tidings. I guess this 1 minute has been long enough, huh? I will neither confirm nor deny. You say with ellipses and an eyeball emoji.
Ah, Fernona, it is good you are come. I have news you must be made aware of. Alas, none of it bodes well for us, nor for Une, Doga, and Nero imprisoned in the Dark Realm.
Think back upon our last foray into the Circus Tower, if you will. The calamity stirred the place from its long slumber and awoke Emperor Zonde. But you, Frenlona, ensured that he was put to rest permanently. Yet the Emperor had sealed a binding covenant with the terrible void set known as the Cloud of Darkness. Even as Doga and Une labored to annul this contract, the entity reached out from the rift and dragged the pair of them, and Nero, out of our realm.
Since that day, Noah has devoted itself to rescuing Doga, Une, and Nero from beyond the rift. Our research, however, has exposed a far more dire problem. The Crystal Tower still acts upon Emperor Zonde's orders and collects energy to open another void gate even as we speak. Indeed, the place nigh hums with energy.
Well, isn't that good? Because then we can go in and go get them. Perhaps.
We have done all we can to stop the Imperial Edict, but to no avail. Just as the gate would only open for Une and Doga, so too will the tower only heed those with the royal blood of Alag. It is the most galling design. Granted, this was not always so vexatious, according to the Algan tombstone Nero presented us. During the golden age of Alag, the royalty had some means of bestowing their blood upon others. If they hadn't had such technology, Amon and his underlings could never have controlled the Crystal Tower. But we do not have either this art or any with royal blood.
Isn't his whole thing that he has the Allegan Eye, which is only bestowed upon those with royal blood, and therefore you could logically draw the conclusion, doesn't Graha have royal blood? Granted, he doesn't seem to know how to control it.
Every moment we wait, a vast rift through which the Cloud of Darkness can enter our realm threatens to open. Such a disaster cannot be allowed to come to pass. We must seal the Crystal Tower and annul Zonde's covenant with the Dark Realm. If only breaking the ladder would suffice. But then, what are the energy building in the Crystal Tower? Without suppression, the power could discharge and cause a calamity like to the one that destroyed Alag. In truth, we have more than just 3 lost compatriots to worry about. If we do not act, our very world will fall before the might of this threat. We know but one way out of this predicament. Rescue those who can control the tower from beyond this dark realm and seal the rift shut after them. And, mercifully, not all of our news is quite so bleak. 'Tis true we cannot stop the Void Gate from manifesting within the tower, but this can be to our benefit.
It's as I said, we can go in, right?
We can use Sigris's power for our own purposes and create a portal to carry us into the Dark Realm.
Hell yeah.
We have heard this is possible from a man of the Thaumaturge's Guild well versed in otherworldly matters. And with Master Garland working to create said portal, the final preparations are well underway. Ah, and here comes the man himself. Relona, just the woman we need. Yes, our fellowship is indeed complete, with all parties privy to our strategy, and you, Master Garland, how fare your endeavors? Quite well. The device is nearly ready, though attaching the damnable thing to Circus Tower took every ounce of ingenuity the Ironworks has got. But it should produce the energy we need. Just a little more fine-tuning, we can open a rift. I'm here to request your presence at the tower. I'll leave Biggs and Widge at the 8 Sentinels as guides. And do hurry, Ferlona. I'm sure you wouldn't miss another chance to save the world, would you? It's what I do. Well, Sid certainly seems to have a firm hand on the helm. Shall I make our way to the Crystal Tower? And away. Wait, hang on. Can I talk to you? Time is of the essence, my friend. We must go to the 8 Sentinels. And back away we go to the big rock candy. Hey, you two, what's up? How's the chief feel doing on the planet, Ferlona? Opening up that void gate will be a real feat for Ironworks. But I'm worried about what comes afterwards. I've never heard of anyone going through the rift, let alone coming back. I don't relish the idea of getting ourselves stuck over there. Big's voice changes every time I voice him. Ferlona, I bet you're here to watch us pry open a rift between worlds, eh? We're almost ready. Circus Tower is full of engineers scurrying around and making adjustments. We're dealing with a lot of power, and a single coupling's off. Well, boom. But it should be fine, really. Anyway, you best wait at the top. The chief's there overseeing the whole operation. My friends, you've arrived. I'm just waiting for my engineers to give the signal. Then we'll see if we can't open a gateway to another world. There's something amiss, Graha. Ah, Emperor Zande's throne. How the mighty have fallen, eh? Once it stood as a symbol of Alag's art and power. Now it's nothing more than an empty chair. Just imagine if Alagan civilization had lived on, and a just emperor still sat on that throne. How different would our history be? How much further would we have advanced? Unfortunately, there's no stopping Zande and his ambition. There were those who tried. Zande's war of dominion left no one unscathed. Unable to abide the horrors inflicted upon the people, warriors young and brave took up the sword against Alag. These men and women became as beacons of hope to those who had suffered, not unlike the warriors of light in our age. But this merely hastened the destruction. Just as they moved towards Alag's heart for the kill, Zande lashed out in anger and frustration, as trapped beasts are wont to do. In his desperation, Zande desired that a great rift be opened to hasten the cloud of darkness's coming. To this end, he commanded the sun's power held within Dalam would be emptied into the Circus Tower at once. The act bore terrible consequences. The tower only withstood the blast by flooding the land below with energy. Circus was swallowed by the very earth upon which it once stood. The fourth umbral calamity. I'd learned of its cause from Une and Doga. I had no idea that rebellion incited Zondig to such rashness, though. Your knowledge of the Allegan history is outstanding, Graha. Why, a man could study for 2 lifetimes and only learn half of what you know. Mayap. 'Tis strange, though. I cannot seem to remember where I learned such things. Yes? Biggs, are you ready? Ready, I'm ready to open up that void gate, Chief. When you reckon the machine's up and running, she'll be able to float 5 airships the size of Agrias. So just give us the word and we'll start channeling the energy into the tower. Good, then let's get started. Our preparations are complete. Everyone step away from the throne. All right, let's see what this machine can do. Now, Biggs. The Ionic portal's back. We're through the world of darkness, as soon as they called it. Splendid work, Master Garland. We can't break out the meat just yet. The tough pot's still ahead. We've broken into the Dark Realm, but the gate's not all that stable. It won't stay open forever, and only a few can use it. I, for one, will remain here to ensure the Void Gate stays open. As will the Sons of St. Koinok. The rift is our sole path to salvation. If it closes, we are all truly lost. Which leaves Frelona, my friend. 'Tis a heavy burden I must task you with, but there are none more able. Pray lead the adventurers beyond the rift. I do not know what awaits you, save the cloud of darkness and our 3 comrades, but you must go, for the fate of our world now rests upon your shoulders. You got it. This is our only gambit, but I have every faith you will succeed. It will be no small feat to return after you have passed beyond the rift. Make certain you are prepared before leaving. Might I a moment of your time, Frelona? There is a matter of import we must needs discuss ere you leave. Frelona, I wish to speak to you about my eye. As you're no doubt aware, 'tis a trait only seen amongst Allegan royalty. Long have I pondered why such is my inheritance. The sanguine hue must have had some bearing upon my destiny. This Doga himself admitted, but what? Why do you keep fucking calling it sanguine hue? Just say red! Like that one, I don't remember what it's from, but there's a clip that I remember where it's like some guy who's just like complaining about how pretentious like the phrase like blood orange is, and being like blood orange, just call it red or like whatever it is. Does anyone even know what I'm talking about? In truth, the more I learn of the Crystal Tower, the less I am myself. Somehow, meeting those two clones have wrought a great change in me. Not a clue? Damn it, hang on. Hang on. Can I find this fucking dumb thing? Here we go. Dude, I'm just gonna window capture. Where's window capture? Let me just do that. It's this. Just like, it's like that kind of blood orange. Blood orange? She's so pretentious. Shut up, it's fucking red. Blood orange? I don't know why, but this was like a meme like several years ago. I say several years ago, may have been even longer. Who fucking knows? Time is fake. But this thing. At least it was a meme on Tumblr a while back. That's probably why I know it. I am consumed with remembering something ancient, but ever so important. Remove meme to reveal pretty cat boy. Jacked pretty cat boy. My father's words echo in my mind, the selfsame ones his father told him. The truth of our eye rests with Alag. Mayhap I wish to remember that. Mayhap what I wish to remember, these words are related. Mayhap not. But I know I must learn the truth that history hides from me. I would see this journey, our journey, standing to the very end with my own two eyes. So I implore you, allow me to join you beyond the rift. Okay. You have my thanks, my friend. Now, let us venture to the world of darkness to save our comrades and our realm. The world of darkness is now accessible. Also, hang on, let me turn off that. The world of darkness. In the twilight of his reign, the first and last emperor of Alag, Zonde, desired power above all else. He turned to the terrible being known as the Cloud of Darkness, a ruler of the void, and asked her strength to make the world kneel before his throne with a covenant of blood. When Zonde was slain, his ambitions were laid to rest alongside him. Yet the Cloud of Darkness still seeks to enter the material realm, and will soon find passage through the void gate set to manifest within Circus Tower. With the fiends coming, can the Fellowship of Noah brave the void and rescue the three souls able to stem the cloud's flood of shadows? Or will the expedition itself vanish beyond the rift in the world of darkness? Yeah, let's just leap into the void. Let's go. If you have prepared yourself, let us waste no time in rescuing our comrades from the darkness. Hell yeah. But yeah, going back to friend Lona's story, admittedly, a lot of her past I haven't fully fledged out outside of just like specific beats. Because like, yeah, as I mentioned before, father's a Charlian scholar, mother's was an adventurer. She picked up skills and like, you know, wanderlust from like both of them. Became an adventurer on her own when, after some years. What was I in the middle of explaining? I was explaining something, then we saw Amon, and then I had to explain Amon. Right, yes,
So I've, like, in my head, changed the start of this game for her a little bit so that rather than her, you know, like, being new to Limsa Lominsa and being new to being an adventurer and stuff, again, she's already been an adventurer for several years at this point. She's not, you know, warrior of light big, you know, saving the realm, because that's something that's very important to me, is that she was not the warrior of light for 1.0. Even though it's kind of written in a vague way that even if you never played... hi. Hello, who are you? Why are you staring at me? What was I saying? I got distracted. Oh yeah, that even if you've never played 1.0, the game's kind of sort of vague and sort of implies that your character was the warrior light in 1.0 anyway. I want it to be very important that she was not that, which then has me have to ask the question, well, what the fuck was she doing during the time of 1.0 and the Calamity? And the answer I have is no fucking clue. Other than I guess, like, she was doing, like, small-time adventurer stuff, and then when the Calamity hit, she focused more into, like, not quite scholar, but more the, like, healing arts to, like, help people, like, rebuild and, like, those who got injured and, like, stuff. Like, she focused more on, like, repairing jobs rather than, like, proper adventurer jobs. But yeah, I have, like, nothing concrete. Which is something I should do eventually. But yeah, one neat thing, is since her father was a Charlian scholar, Ferlona has this, like, impression that, if her life was, like, slightly to the left, she probably could have grown up in Charlian, and therefore would have met the rest of the Scions a lot earlier, since most of them, either, like, were born in, or, like, grew up, or otherwise, like, attended school in Charlian. And she's just like, man, I could have met y'all earlier if my life were to the left. But instead, she inherited her mother's wanderlust, and she explores the realm helping people. Hey, Boops! Welcome, welcome. Look at my fat son. He's glorious. Also, this is just a normal carbuncle, but because carbuncles are for summoners and arcanists, supposed to also be, like, you know, like, resembling, like, of, like, the summoner's power, because the summoner uses the carbuncle to, like, use, like, half of your abilities. I like to headcanon that throughout this game, as Ferlona gets more and more, like, powerful and, like, you know, adept at magic, I like to imagine her carbuncle gets fatter, because it also starts to, like, grow with, like, ether, and, like, it doesn't have to change its shape, but it chooses to become fatter and chubbier because it's like, I can get more pets if I look cute and fat. That's just another dumb little headcanon of mine with Ferlona. Her carbuncle is chubby. Maybe more pets, but less treats. Well, I mean, as a magical entity, do carbuncles need food? I don't know. Yeah, the trade-off. Of course, the one time I decided to, like, sit down and try to talk, I run out of things to say and the thing doesn't pop fucking instantly. But yeah, as part of, like, you know, she's been an adventurer for a while. As part of that is, so I have all these, like, jobs here, but as I explained before when I was going through Base of Rome Reborn, you actually start off with classes, not, jobs. My fucking character menu. Like, you know, Pugilist here actually will become Monk, Rogue here will become Ninja. And so I had canon that, like, so through A Realm Reborn, she would have been... I don't have access to all these jobs, but in Realm Reborn, she would only have access to Summoner and Scholar, which share Arcanist as the class. And then, where is it? Dragoon, which would have been Lancer. Oh, there we go. She would have been done, like, the Arcanist and Dragoon, quest line before the start of A Realm Reborn. Because, again, she's supposed to have been at this for several years now. The proper Summoner, Scholar, and Dragoon quest line, those happened during A Realm Reborn. Which is why I'm showing them off. But welcome to the Void! The world of darkness. Oh, are we in B? Are we Alliance B? Do we get to do belly? That's gonna make no fucking sense, but trust me. Please be B. Please be B. Please be B. Yes, we're B. We're belly. Let's fucking go. This will make sense later, I promise. All right, first little bit. Just these guys. Chimeras. Gotta be a little bit careful because they do have skills that can and will kill you if you get hit by all of them, because tanks like to group all of them together. Also gotta be careful with the big circles. And other than that, it's just more ads, really. We got a dragon and some sacrificed ninjas. Swiftcast. It's very purple here. Alright, Angra Mainview. Whatever the fuck your name is. This guy's got mechanics, he sure does. So he's going to split the arena in white and dark. It doesn't matter which one you get hit by, but you need to remember which one you get hit by. If you got hit by the black ones, you will have Brand of the Ireful. If you got hit by white, you will have a stack of Brand of the Sullen. Yeah. That was a flare attack. You do not want to be in the... That'll target someone and put a circle around them. You don't want to be in the circle, or else you take big damage. And so will the person inside. He'll also spam hourglasses. We want to break all of them to make this cursor stop. That is a look, don't look, so you want to make sure your character is not facing him. If you do, you will get a thing of doom. The only way to clear the doom is to stand on a glowy portal. Will they do it? Will they do it? No, they will not. That samurai is fucking dead. Rest in peace, samurai. So yeah, the reason why you want to remember is because you want to get hit by the other one. I got hit by the dark one, so now I want to get hit by the white one. Because otherwise, like this person here, this red mage, they got hit by black twice. So they took a bunch of damage from that. That was another weird circle attack, except that one was death. You want to leave the circle or else you fucking die just instantly. This guy has a lot of insta-kill mechanics. He's annoying. Tanks also have the very important job of making sure he's faced away from everyone else, because otherwise his big laser does big damage and it hurts like a lot. That was the don't look away or else you get a doom stack again. This scholar's about to die. Goodbye. No one knows about the glowy pads. Because yeah, if you accidentally look at him and you have the doom, you need to stand on this glowy circle. But the problem is that it keeps hopping around out of which one of these four. And so it's a problem. That's that. Yeah, many deadly circles. That lady has her bum out? She sure does. I'm surprised she's not a cat girl. Normally cat girl players are the ones who are like half naked. Them or the Vieira. Is she cold? I bet she's cold. Probably. Alright, we get to fight Queen Skilla again with her damn ma'am. She will summon these forbidden gates. We want to kill them before they finish casting Void Call, or else ads will be added to the fight, which is a no-no. Let's open the treasure coffer. Except, whoops, it's Zonde instead, who also has more fucking forbidden gates. I am disconnecting. Oh no. Oh no. Nope, we're fine. We are good. Oh, that was scary. I was like, why isn't anyone moving? And then I realized. It's like, oh no, I'm I'm disconnecting, that's why. Hello, ma'am. What a lovely pair of heads you have. Uh-huh. Big dragon! Five-headed dragon! So this guy, ideally someone will tank him and pull him all the way forward because he has really nasty cleave, like cone attacks like that. And by bringing him to an edge, we can avoid most of the party being hit by it. Also, Boobs, you've played World of Warcraft, right? What's the most amount of players you can, like, have in a specific instance in that? Because this is 24 people. Including me. Oh, I missed the stack. I'm so sorry. Alright, then he will activate all of his different elemental heads. We want to kill them before he finishes casting Discordance, or else Discordance does a fuck ton of damage, and that's no good. Isn't it like 50 plus people for a raid? Oh, maybe. I've never played. This is the only MMO I've ever done. Yeah, those are more danger puddles. Don't touch. Here's a stack. You want to group up to spread the damage. Not sure what it is now, but it started off as 40 man? Dear God. Oh, hey, Eds. We should probably take care of them. Got a poison puddle. Can these Eds leave? Okay, you want to stay away from these, but you also want to stay from whoever has that marker, because whoever has that marker is about to get hit by a really wide air attack like that. But you also want to stay away from the frost circles because they expand, and if you get touched by the frost circles, you are frozen for a couple seconds and can't do anything. And that's Dragon. And the small raids were like 10 or 15, and then they changed them to like 25. Huh. Wild. I love how we're all like adventuring girl, and then not you, Mr. Hrothgar. And then there's this cat girl who's just in like normal fucking everyday clothes. Again, A wants to go here, B wants to go here, C wants to go over there. Because we're fighting Atmos again, baby! So this guy's a little more annoying than the other one. I didn't see who had the marker, fuck! Someone would have gotten a marker. You want to avoid that person because they and anybody in that cone would get sucked in. Atmos would then eat them and then spit them out at another player. Shockwave, you want to essentially get as close to under him as you can. Otherwise, you get knocked off the platform and can't fight. And you have to, you know, use the little bouncy pad to get back up. Hello, Mr. Monk. Can you fucking get away from me? I don't want to be eaten again. Fuck you, I'm sawed! Anyway, that's Atmos. And now it is time for Cerberus. So when I was yelling excitedly when we got here, and I'm like, yes, we're B for belly, this is what I mean. Because there's a little, acronym? That's not quite the word. I forget the word. But there's a little thing here. Alliance A is for ads. Alliance B is for belly. Alliance C is for chains. I'll explain what this means in a second. When we get there. We actually do want to get hit by that target. Yeah, because there's the juice. Because we are the belly team, we want to get hit by this juice's attack. So that we are shrink down, and then we want to land in the puke attack. So that we get eaten. If you are in the puke and you're not small, you just instantly die. This is why we are B for belly. Because we are now inside a Cerberus with distorted music, and we have to fuck them up. There we go. reason why we did that is because for those who were still outside of Cerberus, Cerberus was gaining stacks of haste and also like attack ups. We want to, those in the belly want to get rid of the stomach walls and, you know, give him indigestion so that we remove those stacks and he slumps over in pain. As this is also happening, Alliance A is also taking care of some like Wolf's Bane ads. There was one kind of hanging around when we left. And when Alliance B causes Cerberus to slump in pain, Alliance C needs to grab a ball from here and a ball from here and drag them over the Cerberus to rechain him. Because that also gets rid of his haste and attack up stats. And after that, you just have to watch out for his lunges. I would highly recommend not being to his front or back because the tail swipes and his like lunge attacks pound out of hell. But that's Cerberus. I was hoping belly was for pets, not acid reflux. Nope, it's vor time. Behold, the developer's barely disguised fetish. Along with the shrinking cum-cums, yeah. Ah, who disturbs the gloom? Ah, mortals from the realm of light. That was so fast. I am the cloud of darkness. What I do not smother, I devour. What I cannot devour, I destroy. The covenant is everlasting. All mortals before the flood of darkness will sink lifeless into the void. It was come with a K, excuse you, but yes. Also, I'm sorry if I keep hitting my mic. I should probably move my mic over a little bit. It's comes for you with the C deal. Okay. So, cloud of darkness. Someone will be marked with this trailing thing in a big circle AoE. Big lasers are going to chase whoever has that marker. They need to run away so that not only okay, bye Samurai, you didn't, okay. Ideally, whoever has that needs to run away so that not only do they not get hit by it, but people around them also don't get hit by it. Which got mad at you for that. Whoops. All right, these are meteors. Someone needs to stand in each of these or else you take big damage. Next, she's gonna go off as a bunch of clouds, smaller clouds start spawning. We want to kill these clouds before she eats them or else her next attack does a lot of damage. Also, there are still meteors to look out for. Can't attack from back here! The arena's too big! Darkness take you all! This is her big attack that can hurt really bad if she managed to eat some clouds. But as you can see, we didn't let her eat any, and so it did like nothing. We're B, so I think we're this one? You ideally want to split up into your alliances so that we can destroy each of these clouds quickly, but people generally don't do that. she over there? No, she's over there. You want to get out of the middle for here? Because big fucking laser. And there we go. Easy peasy. But yeah, that big laser is also why at the start of this fight, everybody went to the left and like hugged the edge. It's because if you don't do enough damage to her fast enough, she can do that laser earlier. And since it strikes down to the middle, hugging an edge is one of the easiest ways to like avoid it. Don't want this shit. Get me out of here. There was a couple of early raid instances in World of Warcraft that had that mechanic where if a meteor was summoned and everyone had to stack because it split damage between bodies in the AoE, it would do like over 10k HP when the average player had like maybe 4 to 5k while at endgame. You know, that is in this game. Those are proper like stack markers. The like arrow, like 4 arrows converging in on one person. That is straight up how it works. Where you're like, you know, you're sharing the damage. Either one person takes like 1,000 damage, or like 4 people take 250 damage. Those meteors are a little bit different. I mean, it's still effectively the same thing, but it's more just checking that each meteor had been quote like soaked by somebody else. Because if one person isn't taking that damage, then everybody else takes that damage. It's basically the same thing, but it's just more like if one person takes that damage, they take a small amount of damage, as opposed to like the proper stack markers where it is properly being like divided by how many people are in it. Where the 7 hells are they? Without them to stem the energy in the tower, our defeat of the cloud aids our cause little. Une! Doga! Can you hear me? Nero! Must you be so infernally loud? Are you so keen to attract more void scent? He's purple! Though I don't blame you for missing my company. Thank the 12, are you all right? As all right as can be expected, Une has simply passed out. Nero, by the gods, what has happened to you? Alas, his wounds were too deep and allowed this foul place to entry to his body. Now the darkness claws at the aether of his very form. Would that we could have protected him. The cloud of darkness was bound by Zonde's unholy covenant to bring prosperity to Allegan royalty. The same blood that sealed this contract gives us a measure of protection. I say a measure, for this vow does not protect us from other void scent. The cloud imprisoned us here precisely to unleash fiends upon us. We would be dead had Nero not defended us so valiantly. Mistake not my actions for kindness. I have use for you yet in Eorzea, and simply couldn't let harm befall you here. Where? Yeah, he's very crusty. And purple. Why him purple? Une, you are safe. Our friends have come for us. Have they? Then perhaps, Doga, there is hope we met yet fulfill our purpose. Why so crusty? Because these textures are like over a decade old and needed to be able to work on the PS3. That's why you can count the pixels.
Mortals, you have dared to challenge me and now must feel my wrath. Did you think to destroy me in my realm? Here I am eternal. I will smother your light and entomb your bones amongst my shadows. Yeah, man, we just dealt with you. Can you calm down and stay dead? Are we truly so powerless here? As long as we fight the cloud in this realm, I fear so. And yet, though we may not be able to destroy it, this may be our chance to stop it. If we strike now whilst the cloud can barely hold her form, mayhap we can sever Zonde's covenant. Yes, and raise the bridge between the Crystal Tower and this foul place once and for all. Fernlona, Graha, you must flee! Fuck you, Nero, I guess you stay. You and Doga mean to stay here? 'Tis madness. You must return with us. No one but you can save the world from the threat of the Crystal Tower. What is this trickery? Your blood. You too gain protection from Zonde's blood? Grahatia, you are possessed of royal blood. That is why the royal eye runs in your line. 'Tis a gift you have inherited. Graha, you have been granted authority over the Crystal Tower. I had thought time would consume all of Alag that was. That man should still live with his forebear's blood in this age can be no coincidence. Some person must have planted this gift in your line, and used the highest of Allagan technology to do so. Or again, maybe Allagan royalty just fucked a cat boy slave, or a cat girl slave. And thus a bastard was conceived. Why is that so unfathomable to you guys? It's like, they're like, oh, Allagan must use the height of their technology to give your line royal blood. Or, you know, nature just took its course. That could also have done it. Yeah, maybe someone just wanted to get freaky. True, the crystal does not like to recognize you as Allagan, not as you are now, but your royal eye bespeaks a simple truth. Within you dwells one feeble glitter that will illuminate all. The light of hope. Yeah, the very horrible side of nature. But how should I use this light? Pray, tell me. You must gain control of the Crystal Tower. We will share our blood with you, Graha. Though its effects will be but ephemeral, it will bolster the Allagan presence within you. It is our gift to you, that you may fulfill your destiny. All with the royal eye are bound by fate to Allag. Our part in this journey is to bury Zonde's dark ambitions in the past. This was the true Une and Doga's purpose, one we have carried into the future. Know that as long as this light of hope survives in you, our souls will still remain, even if our bodies are lost. Now he's got two red eyes. I don't know why, but suddenly seeing Nero again, fucking... Damn, dude, you ain't doing too good. You must leave us as well, Nero. I'm sorry we could not live up to your expectations. I must return to you what is yours, though. You dropped it whilst defending us.
What you seek by this instrument may not be possible, Nero, but do not give up. There are many other paths that await you.
Of course they do. Doga, Une, thank you. We shall never forget you. Now, Frelona, Nero, let us quit this place. You shall not escape me, impudent children of light! No, you shall not escape us. Here Sunday's bloodstained dreams of glory end. There, the glint of light. It grows faint. Then the bridge between realms grows fragile by the Covenant's annulment. If that light dies, we are stranded here. Hurry!
Uh-oh.
We just fucking keep going. Nero, no! You must move! Leave me! I don't need you. If I die here, it's because I'll bloody well decided to. I failed to master the darkness, and I will not suffer watching a green boy master the tower. Do what you will with it, but remember me, son of Alag. I am Nero Tolskeva, the man who will yet outdo Alag and Garland. That is what you hoped to... May the Crystal Tower again be a beacon of hope for mankind. Go, damn you! I'm a big girl. I feel like I could have just run back, picked him up, and put him over my shoulder and then gone through the gate by this point. But okay. Crusty boy will never forget you. Must move onwards. This is not where I come to rest. But how did... Is this why he's super divorced? Yes. So those damn clothes did it after all. Because he's a little crusty and crazy, he sure is. Now, onwards. Ah! You owe me, Nero. The hells I do! I love toxic yaoi, let's go! You're returned unharmed! Thank the gods. When that void gate started to close, I never felt so powerless in all my life. We were running around like madmen trying to keep the gate open, and then the chief actually went and dived in. But if you're all where are Une and Doga? They're not. Yeah, they left behind to go take care of the Cloud of Darkness. They're presumably dead. I see. I will miss the two of them dearly, but I am happy they fulfilled their purpose. They've been claimed by the darkness,
How much bigger she is than the Catboy is so funny. I'm max height. Literally, the only way someone could be taller than me is if they were a male Rogadin like Rambros, who is also max height. Other than that, I am taller than everyone. It's my favorite thing. We who live on must still attend to the Crystal Tower. Though, now we have no one able to seal it. Graha's right here, actually. That is not true, my friend. Une and Doga have entrusted me with their blood. I can now control the Crystal Tower. Graha! Yes, I can see it in your eyes. Good. Then let us put an end to this and seal away the tower. I understand your instinct, Rambros, but please, give us a moment to rest. I am weary to the bone, and Nero and Frenlona are both emerged from a long battle. Of course, you have the right of it. Come, we shall leave this place for a spell and prepare to St. Koinek's find. No one but you would have succeeded in the world of darkness, Frenlona. Would that I could have been of more use beyond the rift. As it stands, I was but a vessel for Doga and Une's blood. Have I remembered what I wished to? Yes, something has come back to me. Gaining royal blood and witnessing true bravery has reminded me of my forebear's dearest wish. But we need not speak of these things now. It was not my place to keep you. Pray, go on ahead of me. There's something small I would do before I return. Okay. Don't take too long, bud. I could not have asked for a better comrade. If only I could have been a part of your adventures for longer, Frenlona. Alas, fate dictates that I have a different role to play. A hish wooden for millennia, and brought to light by the good people of Noah. Now, finally, it is time to see it realized. And I'm still way the fuck back here! Why can't you just send me the St. Koinek's find with everyone else? Please. I cannot express how glad I am you returned safely, Frenlona, and with the means to dispel the threat of the Crystal Tower for good. Rest if you will, and let us free yourselves from the specter of the Alligans. Okay, I'm rested, let's go. The Light of Hope. With a look of finality upon him, Rambros seems intent upon sealing the Crystal Tower once and for all. I trust you have rested. I trust you have rested, my friend. Good. I wish to seal the tower now, but there's something we must do first. Let me summon the others, and hear in full what has happened beyond the rift. So, the Alligan that runs in Graha's line does mean that royal blood flows in his veins. I suppose it's not so odd to think his forebears gained it via ancient technology, but who imbued his family with the blood, and for what purpose? Mayhap this was fate, from discovering the tower to Graha gaining Une and Doga's blood. Has Graha said anything? And for that matter, where is Graha? And what of Nero? I'm not sure about a resident historian, but Nero left the tower with me. Where he's vanished to since, I cannot say. But knowing him as I do, I don't believe he'll scheme against us for the time being. Though he is still Nero. Graha said he wanted to do something.
Verlona, you say Graha stayed behind in the Crystal Tower? I wonder if he even now prepares to seal the place off. Master Ramprose! Master Ramprose!
Oh, whoops, that's a lady.
Graha, yes, sir. He came into the tower and began ordering the researchers out. What? Why would he do such a thing?
I do not know, sir, but he was quite insistent. He all but bodily forced me out of the gates. I suppose it's possible he told one of the others, but I wasted no time in finding out. I thought it best to hasten here and ask your guidance.
Very well, let us go and speak with these researchers and get to the bottom of this queer business. Master Garland, Verlona, come with me. No doubt Graha means to seal up the tower, but it worries me that he did not breathe a word of his plan to us.
Graha, what are you doing, bud?
Fuck right, I can't fly in here!
What the hell is happening here?
What in the world was Graha thinking, demanding we leave the tower? No doubt you want to know why. I wish I knew that myself. Of course, he would tell me nothing, but I'll be honest with you, miss. But he'll be honest with you, miss, I'm sure of it.
Graha?
Go no further, my friends. The doors will close ere long. So you are of a mind to steal the tower, Graha? I know time is of the essence, but all I ask is a hint of your plan. Please, come here so we can discuss this.
No, my apologies, but I cannot.
Come, man, what is this nonsense? If aught is amiss, surely we can help.
Not this time, my friend. Just as Une and Doga fulfilled their destiny, so too must I fulfill mine. My blood has awakened me to this fact. As my father told me, the truth has always lain with Allag. Or whether 'twas there the wish I must grant was born.
You see, not all the world perished in Zande's calamity. Survivors stood amidst the ruins of Allag, looking to the Crystal Tower, but it was nowhere to be seen. Yet they hoped its spires would again dominate the land, and prayed that the Crystal Tower would be a beacon of hope to people everywhere. Word of this soon reached the only member of Allag's royalty to outlive the Empire, the Princess Selena. Selena was moved by the people's dearest wish. She used the very best of Allag's technology to give her blood and memories to he whom she trusted most. That man was my forebearer. For millennia we waited. Allag's art and ingenuity faded. Our royal blood grew thin. But before its last drop could vanish from the realm, the memory of all this returned to me. And now, I must fulfill the wish of the ancients. The tower will shine forth as a new beacon of hope. Graha, the Crystal Tower's strength poses too great a threat to Eorzea now. We would need technology as advanced as Allag's to use it correctly. As things stand, we barely understand the tower's workings. Hells, we may never fully comprehend them. 'Tis as you say, Cid. We could wait for someone, someday, to reach the same heights as Allag, but by then we'll have lost the royal blood and the means to control the tower. But what if I do as Amon did, and put the tower into a deep sleep? What? You cannot mean that! I am deadly serious, Sid. The tower may only be used once men rival the Alligans in knowledge. I will slumber within Circus Tower until then, to greet those with the means to open the gates. Then, I will guide them, and thus will the tower shine forth as the beacon of hope it was meant to be. 'Tis the only way we can make the wishes of the ancients come true. The future is where my destiny awaits. But yours lies outside of these doors. Go. Create a future where hope reigns, and the tragedies of the past are but memories. No one but you can accomplish such things. Nothing we say will make you change your mind, will it? Onwards to a brighter future. It won't be easy, of course, but that's exactly what we'll do it. We'll catch up with Alec. Just you wait. We'll cover all that lost ground before you even know it. Well said, Wedge. It'll only be a few years before we come knocking, Goraha, and then you're in for a rude awakening. You shall be witness to Noah's accomplishments. Pray, keep alive our successes, and forgive us our failures, and may we meet again, my friend. "12 keep you too, then, Rambrose. I look forward to learning of your exploits. And you, Frenlona. I know history will remember you. No doubt your heroism will be the star by which I chart my course when I wake. Well now, I must rest. Recalling so much has put me in the mood for a sleep. God, I love this song so much. It's called Eternal Winds, and I'm fairly certain it only plays here. Farewell, my friends. I eagerly await a future born of your courage and the ancient's wish. See ya, bud. Eternal Winds is so good! I believe it's a track from Final Fantasy III as well. The Crystal Tower slumbers again, then. 'Tis too quiet for my taste. Goodbye, Sid. I must pull this at my back. Possibility beckons, and I am bound to follow. A new dawn has come for me. So that little beep at the end there, I actually turned the volume up so that hopefully you guys could hear it better. That is Morse code. And apparently, it reads, "It's all wrong." I
I genuinely have no idea what the fuck that is referring to. I know the phrase "it's all wrong" actually does have a notable appearance much later in the game, but I don't know how it would tie to this. Yeah, that's not foreboding at all. It's normal, even. You have just missed Sid, Frelona. There's much that needs his attention if he is to fulfill Graha's wishes, it seems. But this is not the end of Noah, no matter how lonely St. Cornex's find has become for our friend's departure. We must all walk in different directions now. Remember that we labor for a brighter future, lit by Graha's beacon. Sealing the Crystal Tower was but the first step. Farewell, my friend. May our paths cross again. And that's Crystal Tower! Hooray! But we're not... hi, little dragon. Do you mind? I'm gonna be over here. But that's not the end of stream. There's one more thing I wish to do before... There's one more thing I wish to do before we go back to main story. And that is show off the Dragoon quests. So let's go do that. DPS, where's... Are you Dragoon? Yes, you are Dragoon. The reason why I do this now is because it's actually going to be a little bit story plot relevant. Unlike the Summoner and Scholar quests, which were more just, hey, here's what, you know, something Frelona would have been doing during a Realm Reborn. I mean, this is one too, but, you know, it actually has some bearing on main story. A very small amount, but some. As Ishgard's war with Dragonkind rages, one individual is chosen each generation to become the Azure Dragoon, leading the Holy Sea's charge against the Horde. Yet for reasons unexplained, the Eye chooses to rouse for a second individual. You. So let us go to Gridania. There we go. Eye of the Dragon. Wayne seeks your aid in assisting an old friend. I dare say you might be the right woman for the job. The guild has an urgent need of a capable lancer for a mission beyond our nation's borders. Hear me out, if you will. I've received word from an Ishgardian friend to the effect that he requires our aid. I would have you go and provide that aid. As you may already know, due to her ongoing conflict with the dragons, Ishgard has kept her gates closed to outsiders for some time. The occasional Dragoon patrol is all about folks see these days. Yet in spite of her self-imposed isolation, however, the Holy See has never failed to honor her obligations to our allies. It is only fitting that we answer the call and lend what assistance we can. To that end, we offered to dispatch a contingent of wood wielders with all haste, but were politely informed that they would not be welcome, much to our initial confusion. It was later explained that we are dealing with a matter of some sensitivity, best handled by individuals who are capable and trustworthy, yet unbound by allegiance. And who fits that description save adventurers?
Secrecy being paramount, I can provide no details as to the nature of the task. All you need to know will be revealed at the rendezvous point. Should you accept the mission, take yourself to the observatorium. A knight by the name of Sir Alberic will receive you upon arrival. Then let's go. Can I say it was... hello. Why are you in a tutu in the snow, girl? Aren't you cold? It was actually kind of a struggle trying to put together a baby glam. Like a baby, like, you know, glamour appearance for a Lancer. Because I was trying to be like, okay, what's something that is like, you know, like baby gear, but it's also not too baby. And trying to strike that balance was really difficult. Especially with the weapon. Suffering for fashion, yep. And I'm going to suffer more. Because whenever we get to Heavensward, I have a specific outfit in mind, but I don't have any of the fucking pieces for it, and the only places it drops is from a dungeon, so I'm like, oh boy, I can't wait to do this dungeon like 10 times and try to get the pieces I want for Heavensward. There's a joke in this game that, creating glams, that's what, you know, you call, I can't show it, but that's what you call, you know, when you make one piece of armor look like another. There's a joke in 14 that glamours are endgame content, and it's not completely incorrect. Ah, you must be the adventurer of whom Yane sent word. Greetings and well met. This is what happens when you're down bad? Mm-hmm. It sure does. I am Sir Alberic Bale, Knight of Ishgard. The Holy See is much obliged to you for your aid. You grind for the outfits, mm-hmm. 'Tis suffering, but here we are. Time being of the essence, I shall proceed straight to the heart of the matter. The eye, an Ishgardian relic of immeasurable worth, has been stolen, and we have reason to believe the culprit has come this way, so it is that we ask for your assistance in its recovery. The thief has been identified as a man named Estinian, a dragoon sworn to the service of the Holy See. Aye, you heard true. The crime was perpetrated by one of our own, an individual in position of trust and no little honor. You may be assured that a fate worse than death awaits him upon capture. My duties to the sea afford me little opportunity to travel far beyond the walls of Ishgard. I must confess to a grave ignorance of recent Grenadian affairs. I was told that a sentry by the name of Logan Danril might have knowledge of the routes oft taken by Ishgardian fugitives. I would prefer to keep my identity a secret, and thus would have you gather what information you can from the man. You must act quickly, for you see, Estinian is... Aye, but I've already said too much. What matters is that we find our thief in the eye with all haste. When last sighted, Estinian was clad in black armor. Now go, and speak not a word of what I have told you to anyone. Fucking fantasy names. Especially these fucking fantasy French names, which may be real French names, maybe not, I don't fucking know. Like, look at this! What is this? Duvikarwa? Maybe? Because I think OIX is a wa? I don't know. Routes favored by Ishgardian fugitives? Now that's a question I don't hear every day. You weren't plotting some unsavory act yourself, are you? Even if you were, I doubt you'd make it far. Anyway, we've got a few fleeing to the North Shroud. What with Gridania being home to nearly as many Elezen as Ishgard, it's no easy task to identify outsiders. If you're on the hunt for someone, you'd do worse than to visit Florentel's Spire in the North Shroud and speak with a man named Idristan. If any suspicious persons have crossed the border in recent days, he'd be the first to know. Is it worth it to teleport? Yeah, we can fly, it's fine.
As someone who has a French name and an Americanized French last name, French names are bullshit. Hey, bud, can you help? Ignore the fact that my lance is ruining my umbrella. Just ignore that. That's normal.
Hail, adventurer! Yes, I'm the one tasked with monitoring those who would enter our lands by way of Carthus. An Ashgardian knight clad in black armor. No, I recall nothing of the sort, and such a striking visitor would be difficult to forget. My apologies, friend. I can only suggest that you return to Logandril and see if he has any other theories.
I forget I can move while summoning my Chocobo now. Hole in the umbrella is specifically for the lance. Exactly! Hey, bud, the person I seek apparently didn't go to Gradada. Do you have any other leads?
No luck, you say? Most curious. Why, it is nigh impossible that a fugitive would make it this far without being a spy from Florentel's spire. Which leaves the possibility that your man is still in Nishgard. It runs counter to good sense. Would the fugitive not want to put a distance of grounds between him and his pursuers? But by the process of deduction, it is a possibility. The clans of Ishgard are not kind to drifters and vagabonds. That said, there has been a talk of a curious smoke wafting from a cave east of here at night. Were I you, I would begin my search there.
Campfire? Campfire.
That Ishgard would resort to sending a coin-starred adventurers after me. I know not whether to laugh or feel insulted. The eye, it rouses for another? Preposterous. Our path shall cross again. You can be sure of it.
Okay, bye. Can I learn how to jump like you? That's the armor you get in Monster Hunter? Yeah, that's the, Dragoon armor. I still need to grind the Rathalos Extreme fight in this game so that I can get Rathalos as a mount to ride around. I'm so far away. You can learn that jump too? Hell yeah. Because yeah, there's a Rathalos fight in this game. And if you do the extreme and then cut off the tail, you can get Rathalos Scales Plus. And if you're lucky, the Rathalos mount can just drop from the fight regardless. But as a pity mechanic, if you can get 50 of these, you can also just buy the Rathalos mount. And I'm like, I still need to do that. I want it so bad. I keep meaning to grind for it and I forget. I wonder how soloable it is. I would at least want to have a friend to make it go by faster. A Dragoon clad in black, you say? Tell me all that transpired. By the fury, that the eye would choose another. I had not thought it possible. In light of recent events, it would seem an explanation is in order. The eye is no ordinary relic. It harbors the power of the dragon, which bestows upon a single chosen soul
the strongest and wisest dragoon. He who is chosen is possessed of the power to fight our mortal foes, the dragons of Dravania, on equal footing, soaring the firmament as though it were an extension of the land. That man is known as the Azure Dragoon. The Azure Dragoon is the light for hope for all Ishgardians, and the paragon of all dragons. For this reason, you may imagine how it pains me to have to confess that the man you encountered, the thief, is none other than Azure Dragoon, and that I was once his teacher. Needless to say, I acknowledge myself accountable for Estinian's misdeeds, and mean to do all in my power to find him and recover the eye, but I cannot do this alone. I require your help, Frelona. You, who have received the power of the dragon. You may labor to believe it, but there can be no mistake. The soul of the dragon I bear glows in your presence, irrefutable proof that you are chosen. What I can ill explain, however, is the why of it. Never before in Ishgard's long history has the eye roused to more than one individual in a single generation. It but avails us not to cudgel our brains about it. It's called I'm the main character and I'm special. I'm a special little girl. The fact of the matter is that you are now a vessel for the power of the dragon. That dragon lies yet in slumber, however, and you must needs possess the means to wake it. The soul of the dragoon. I would entrust you with mine, Frelona. Like Estinian, I once ruled the skies as the Azure Dragoon, although that power has since become lost to me. It was simply by force of habit that I have hitherto kept the soul upon my person. I have no inkling as to why the eye has seen fit to choose a second, and an outsider at that. Yet one thing is clear. None can challenge the Azure Dragoon and conceivably prevail save another Azure Dragoon. You are our only hope of bringing Estinian to justice and reclaiming the eye. Of course, I do not ask that you do this unaided. I may be a Dragoon no more, but what knowledge I have, I shall gladly impart to you. For indeed, when the time comes that you must face the Azure Dragoon, not less but complete mastery over the power of the dragon will avail you. That a perilous road lies ahead of you, I shall not deny. Knowing this, if you would still lend me your lance, I will teach you to harness the power that has chosen you. Go forth, my young dragoon, and rouse the dragon within. I look forward to your return. We learned to jump. Now make me a proper dragoon, thank you. Lance of Fury. So Alberic would have you excuse me. Sir Alberic would have you undertake a trial. It is pleasing to see how readily the dragon stirs within you. You show great potential, Frelona. A potential that may well prove the difference between victory and defeat. Estinian is no ordinary dragoon. Even when set against the legendary Azures of ages past, the man is considered second to none. Such is his prowess, in fact, that the day he was chosen by the Eye, it was proclaimed that Haldreth the Dragon's Eye had been reborn. I mean not to disparage your skills, Frelona, but to pursue Estinian in your current state would be tantamount to suicide. As promised, I shall train you in the way of the dragoon, that you might face Estinian as an equal. Before we commence, however, it is only fitting that you are edified regarding our origins. It all began a millennium past, when our forebears resided in the southern plains in humble circumstances. The Fury, impressed by the spirit of our ancestors, decided it was meet that she make them her own. So she did appear before Haldreth's sire, a man of courage and integrity named Thornton, and bade him lead her people to the Promised Land, to what would become the nation of Ishgard. Their journey brought them to a wide chasm, whereupon Thornton and his people sought to build a bridge. It was then that the dark shadow descended upon them, the great worm Nidhogg. Heedless of his own safety, Thornton fearlessly charged at the colossal beast. Alas, he was pushed into the chasm by one of his own, a man seduced by the worm and fell to his death. Taking up his slain sire's lance, Haldreth hurled himself at Nidhogg, even as tears streamed down his face. The confrontation ended when the young man, his hand guided by Halone, landed a mighty thrust that prized out Nidhogg's eye. With a terrible roar of pain, the great worm took wing and fled. while jubilation reigned below. Ishgard's priceless relic is none other than the eye taken from Nidhogg that day. It is a veritable wellspring of dragon power. Even so removed from its owner, it can exert control over the hearts of men. Haldreth himself felt its malign influence, but his love of justice brooked no corruption. He prevailed over the power, claiming for it his own, and so it was that the first Azure Dragoon was born. Being derived from our foe, the power of the dragon is a thing to be loathed. But as Haldreth proves to us all, so long as our hearts burn with justice, we need not fear being taken in its thrall. But what is justice precisely? Justice assumes many shapes and forms, Fernlona, and none can say that one is greater than another. So long as you hold fast to your beliefs and stay true to yourself, you leave no room for power. You leave no room for the power of the dragon to master you. But enough of history. Let us return to our attention to the present. A knight by the name of Sir Brucemont will see you to the next stage of your training. Seek him out at Witchdrop.
Okay. Must you talk so much?
I've been talking for 4.5 hours.
Thank you for the hydrate, Ghoul. Thank you, thank you.
Are you down here? Where the fuck are you? Yeah, you are. Okay. So, the adventurer seeks to become a dragoon. So Alberic speaks of legends and chosen ones, but I would have you prove yourself in a more practical fashion. With your lance. Defend yourself!
Oops. Oh, that? How's that? Was that good?
You have some skill, I'll give you that. And the glow of your soul crystal. Perhaps so Alberic was not wrong about you after all. Now return to him. Your training here is complete.
I whacked the dragon with my stick. I threw a stick at it and I won. Good training.
Carithus, why do you have to be so big? Stick throwing training is very important, clearly. The soul of the dragon grows ever stronger within you, Fernlona. Clearly your trial was a rousing success. I need only observe your crystal to know as much. Yes, though you've only just begun to walk the path of the dragoon, it is clear you possess the talent to become Estinian's equal. Go forth and make the powers you have attained your own. When the time is right, we shall proceed with your training. Elusive jump. Unfading skies. Sir Alberic would send you on your next trial. You grow ever stronger, and I speak more than just the flesh. You are slowly but surely realizing your potential as an Azure Dragoon. It is heartening to look upon, though I must confess that my presiding feeling is one of relief. You must understand, the mere thought that the Eye would choose an outsider, one who ill comprehends the threat posed by the dragons, filled me with the gravest of misgivings. Yet you have... I will say no more, lest flattery impede your improvement. Now, during our last lesson, I enlightened you regarding the origins of dragoons. You will recall how Haldreth heroically triumphed over the great worm Nidhogg, and Ishgard came into possession of the Eye. Tell me, Fernlona, do you believe these events truly transpired? Are you inclined to think them fairy tales? I ask you this because few folk have seen dragons in the flesh besides we Ishgardians. and most would as soon dismiss them as products of the imagination. Alas, dragons are no less real than you and I, with Nidhogg perhaps the most real of all. In the course of its history, Ishgard has suffered the creature's wrath on 8 separate occasions. Each time the Great Worm rouses, the blood of countless Ishgardians is spilled. Let us revisit the past once more, Finlona. Time is 20 summers past, and the place Dravania. After a century in slumber, Nidhogg awakened once more to resume his reign of terror. Entire villages were razed to the ground, their inhabitants reduced to smoldering ash. Sensing the Great Worm's unbridled rage, others of his clan began to rouse, and in such numbers as to blot out the sun with their wings. A deep, foreboding darkness swept over Ishgard. Raging infernos painting the belly of the sky in angry red, the agonized screams of innocents fading into deathly silence. In my station as the Azure Dragoon, I was there through it all, bore witness to all the horrors. But there was no time to offer even a silent prayer. Nidhogg lingered in one place only long enough to lay it to waste, and when he took wing, so too did I pursue him, a man possessed. This game of cat and mouse continued for what seemed an eternity before I found myself face to face with the Great Worm. The battle unfolded in a tiny settlement on the edge of Kurthis, raging for 3 days and 3 nights with neither side being able to gain a decisive advantage. Remaining on my feet by sheer force of will, I realized that it must end now, else it shouldn't end well. Marshalling the last ounce of my strength, I urged it all on a single thrust. My lance struck home, burying deep in the ruin of my opponent's empty eye socket. Yet before I could withdraw my weapon, the worm lashed out wildly in its agony, dealing a blow that left me sprawled upon the scorched earth. Nigh insensate? In that instant, I thought myself surely doomed. But Haloni was not finished with me. Having lost the taste for battle, Nidhogg let loose a blood-curdling roar before fleeing into the sky. The battle was over. While I did not perish from my injuries, they rendered my body unable to bear the power of the dragon, and I was Azure Dragoon no more. Lying bedridden, my thoughts wandered to all the innocent lives that had been lost, the people I had failed to protect. That last conflict with the dragons of Dravania left countless orphans in its wake. Estinian is one of them, the sole survival of Ferndale, the final village to suffer Nidhogg's wrath. With none left to care for him, I did the only thing I could. I took Estinian as my own son, instructing him in the way of the Dragoon when he was of an age to learn. Yet I would not have you think me noble. My actions were not born of compassion, but of guilt. My guilt at having failed him. But alas, I have also failed him as a father. For what manner of man did I bring him up to be? A thief who would endanger the life of everyone in his countrymen. Ah, you heard me right. All of Ishgard may suffer for his crime. Though we know little and less of the mind of the dragons, it is conceivable that the disturbance surrounding his stolen eye will rouse Nidhogg to awaken once more. That his kin have already stirred from their slumber serves as fair warning of that. Time is not on our side. Fortunately, it would seem you are more than ready to embark on your next trial. Make your way to Witchdrop, where the knight... Houston? Where the knight Houston awaits your arrival. My nation is depending on you, Frelona. French names, I swear to God. That is the one thing I am dreading with getting to Heavensward eventually. Is having to figure out all the different French names. Like, I don't know all of the different rules for how French works, clearly. But, like, isn't it, like, a weird thing that if you were to pronounce hue with how French syllables work, it would just be silence? You were the one who would aspire to be the Azure Dragoon. Why, you're not even of Ishgard. If you truly possess the power that Sir Albrecht sees in you, then prove it to me with your lance. On guard!
Look, I did it. I threw many sticks.
That or the, like, throat noise they make. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That strength. I have not seen its like since Estinian himself stood before me. Mayhap Sir Albrecht has the right of it after all. Return and show your crystal to him. I have no doubt he will be pleased. Get me out of this hole. God, this is always so depressing. I swear every time I'm here, it's always just like blizzards and you can't see anything. The only ones you know is UEX, which is ooh, and OIX, which is wah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. An AUD, or at least an AUD, makes like an O sound so that it's like no. You have passed yet another trial with flying colors, friend Lona. The day where you may stand before Estinian as an equal is not far off. When that day comes, the eye will choose you over the traitor. I have no doubt of this. But we must be patient still. For now, you must continue your training. When you can do no more of your own, seek me out at once. Or seek me out once more. Hey, that's the projectile attack, I think, right? No, that's the AoE spell, okay. Double Dragoon. Sir Albrecht has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. There are so many people that would name their dogs Boudreaux that you had to learn that shit when you were at the dog kennel. It's funny, all the wacky names. I say wacky, but like, you know, the names people give their pets. But it's always like really fun whenever you see like a pet with like a like normal, like, let's say even like American name. Show dogs have the wildest names. Yeah. Impeccable timing, Lona. A message has arrived from Estinian but moments ago, much to my astonishment. He would trade words with us and bids us meet him at the Boulder Towns. As to his true intentions, I cannot say. It may well be a trap, but we must go nonetheless. I trust I can count on your company? Where the hell are you, bud? You get like Henry V, love of my life, Prince of Kingdom, and then the next dog comes in, they're just Bob. Hell yeah. Yo, Estinian, you here? We got your letter. Greetings, Master. It has been too long. Estinian, end this folly at once. You must know that each second the eye passes outside Ishgard's walls brings us closer to our repeat of the tragedy 20 summers past. Surrender yourself in the eye, and return to me to Ishgard before it's too late. But it is already too late, Master. For you see, Nidhogg has already awakened. What? Hear me, Master. You have mistaken the cause of the dragon's return. The eye is not to blame. A premonition came to me by virtue of the dragon within. warning me that the great worm would soon rouse. Even as he slumbered, Nidhogg seized with irrepressible rancor for that wound of 20 years ago. That rancor will send him flying as a speeding arrow to Ishgard, whereupon death and devastation will ensue. But there's a possible solution. Were the eye to be taken to a remote land, far from the Holy See, then, and only then, could destruction be averted and the lives of innocent Ishgardians be spared. You mean to make a bait of yourself? Nay, there is more than this, you let on. You seek vengeance for Ferndale. To me, the two are one and the same. You know my past better than anyone else. It was for no other reason than to avenge my family that I became a dragoon. Dragons long outlive men and do not soon forget the wrongs done to them. What grudge they may harbor burns as a fire in their hearts, over time swelling into an unquenchable inferno. You need only look back on history to see that Nidhogg grows stronger with each awakening. When last he darkened our skies, the great worm came to within a hair's breadth of laying waste to Ishgard. Not short of death will prevent him from completing his mission when he next wakes. Nidhogg took everything from me, and now I shall take everything from him, even if it means my life. The eye works in ways men can ill comprehend, but this much is plain. In choosing two Azure Dragoons in one generation, it means for us to join together in a common cause. Adventurer, you have heard my resolution. Now I would ask you lend me your power. Aye, the power of the dragon. In the long and proud history of Ishgard, never before have two Azure Dragoons arisen in the same era to fight as one. This is our best, nay, our only chance to send the great worm to eternal slumber. Behold my armor. This is the Draken mail, forged in the lifeblood of dragons. As blood calls to blood, so too does the armor call to the dragon within, redoubling the wearer's strength thereby. If you would realize your potential as an Azure Dragoon, you must need clad yourself in the same. Clad so, you will inherit the technique passed from Azure Dragoon to Azure Dragoon down through the generations. Then, and only then, will your training be complete. But first, you must win the Draken mail as I and Sir Alberic did before you, by proving yourself worthy in the ultimate trial of the Azure. A series of battles so harrowing as to send the unworthy to an early demise. Master, once the adventurer acquires the armor, pray see to it that she learns to harness the power of the dragon in full. Estinian, wait! Save your worries. I do not mean to make myself easy prey for the dragons. I take my leave of you. Why did you go back without me, bud? I swear to God. This would have been so much easier if you just stayed put. God damn it, Alberic. Estinian. Forgive me, I was deep in thought. Now then, as to acquiring the armor of which Estinian spoke. First, it was my intention to bequeath mine own armor to you. I'm an Azure Dragoon no longer, and its powers are wasted on me. It would be simple enough to hand it over to you and complete your training right here and now. But it is as Estinian said, the dragon armor is no ordinary set of mail. Its strength derives from the dragon blood from whence it came, and the blood's power resonating within the soul of the wearer. Though I can no longer draw upon my own armor's power, its bond to me was forged years ago. Were I to bestow it to you now, I feared the offer would be but a scintilla of the protection it afforded me in those bygone days. Estinian has the right of it. You must claim your armor as he and I did before you. You must complete the trials of the Azure that the powers of the dragon blood be yours and yours alone. The Ogre's Belly will be where your final test begins. I shall dispatch Sir Broodsamont there. Seek him out upon your arrival.
Voicing these two is going to end me, Jesus Christ.
Outbreak is a choice. I could choose to change that one. Estinian actually does have a couple of voiced cutscenes, and that is just what he fucking sounds like. Unfortunate. Or at least, you know, my best approximation to it. As a not professional voice actor. Whose one talent is evil laughs. Hey, bud, I'm here. You have grown strong since we last met, adventurer, but you pale in comparison to your azure forebearers. If you would prove me wrong, then let your lance do the talking.
That good?
Once again, adventurer, you proved yourself worthy beyond my expectations. Take this, now your trial has only just begun. Your next challenge lies in the chamber beyond. Sir Houston awaits you there. You, a foreigner, would don the dragon armor? Then prove to us that you will not do it dishonor. There. Sir Alberic said the eye had chosen you, and it would appear he speaks true. The armor is yours. Wear it with pride and armor. Pride and honor, rather. Your trial is not complete, but be forewarned. Many before you have made it this far, only to fall at the final challenge. Do not let overconfidence be your downfall. So you made it this far. Very well. Prove yourself worthy of the azure, or die in the effort. You have demonstrated your powers to me beyond a doubt. Aye, there's not an Ishgardian that would gainsay your right to don the armor of the dragons. I shall send word ahead to Sir Alberic that you have passed your trials here. It is he who will present you with the fourth piece of armor and consummate your training. Now go, my fellow dragoon, and deliver the slain from the great Rome's wrath. I would, but question, how do I leave? These are intense trials. Kill the spell and prove yourself. One hit. Well, damn. It's because, again, I'm level 100. Normally when you do this, you'd be around 45 or higher, where you'd be much more on par with the enemies and not, you know, 55 levels ahead. But it's also really funny, as you said. But I mean, even at level 45, it's not that hard. The hard part with those trials is making sure you don't get ganged up on by all the other random enemies that are in the area. That's the hard part. I heard from Sir Broodsamont that you performed most impressively. Yes, I stand more convinced than ever that you'll be the one to save our land. Yet be forewarned, Frelona. One last trial awaits you. You will face this trial in the presence of not knights, but of ghosts. Make your way towards the Steel Vigil and seek out a gravestone north and west of the structure. Take with you this flute, and when you reach your destination, blow a single strong note. A visitor shall soon arrive. Entertain your guest, and should he leave behind a present, return it here to me.
they're speaking so seriously and like, you're nothing compared to the Dragoon, and then you just flick your wrist and everything dies. Hell yeah. Oh wait, fucking Steel Vigil's over here. Where am I going? I was going to Steel Vigil the dungeon. Not over there. That's not supposed to be there. Well, that takes care of that. Easy peasy. These blizzards ever let up? Dear God. Your presence before me indicates that you have seen to the visitor. Have you aught to show for your deeds? Here's the flute. Shrill tone emitted by this bone-carved whistle is believed to summon minions of the Dravanian horde. And here's the skull. Proof that you, or someone else, slew Greywine. The skull of Greywine. Old warrior of the Dravanian horde. It's said that in ages past he could bring down a castle with a single breath. His strength has dwindled since those days, but a dragon past his prime is a formidable foe. Nonetheless. In slaying him, you have proven yourself worthy of this. You now possess 4 pieces of the armor that Estinian, myself, and our forebears did wear. While you are doubtless wondering about the 5th, I can tell you that not only is it not mine to give, or I can tell you only that it is not mine to give. Fear not, however, your triumphs in the trials ahead, and the trials against the horde of a dragon to give evidence that your dragon blood now resonates within your fucking... Why? That dragon blood now resonates within yours. Yes, you stand before me as prepared for your ultimate challenge as any could be. And yet, before we proceed, I would hear it from your own lips. The Great Worm's power is the stuff of legends. Have you truly resolved to fight this battle, to risk your own life to deliver a foreign land from the clutches of its ancient foe? And when you are certain that your mind is settled, return and speak to me. Fatal seduction. Sir Alberic would ask you to reaffirm your commitment to do battle against the Great Worm. So you would join your strength to the Estinians, that Ishgard might be free from the age of the Great Worm forevermore? Then I shall honor my promise. You shall have full use of the powers by the time we are done. Before we begin, there is something I must needs confess. You'll recall my tale of my battle with Nidhogg 20 years past, and how the power of the dragon left me on account of the injuries I sustained. What I said was an untruth. The power did not abandon me, friend Luna. It was I who abandoned it. Being derived from our mortal enemies, the power of the Azure Dragoon is a double-edged sword. Even as it lends us the strength we need to smite dragons, it heightens our communion with the creatures, rendering our minds more susceptible to their suggestion than any ordinary men. Even as I buried my lance in Nidhogg's flesh, our gazes locked, and mine eyes met then with a look that would fair impale a man. In that instant, I found myself assailed by a torrent of emotions not mine own. Sorrow, rancor, pity. They threatened to drown the man in me and leave behind a dragon.
Fearing that I might turn traitor, I chose to purge myself of the power of the eye that the eye had bestowed upon me. Thus, regaining lucidity, I was able to rout the grievously wounded Nidhogg. Alas, countless of his brethren yet remained. As if to mock me, they fell upon Ferndale with a vengeance. Bereft of my power, it was all I could do to save but one child. Nary soul knows of this, nay, not even Estinian. But I can keep him in the dark no longer. At our last meeting, Estinian said that protecting Ishgard and exacting revenge upon Nidhogg are as one to him. That frame of mind, I fear, may well lead to his demise. The desire to protect and the desire to avenge are opposing forces that can ill be reconciled. Worse, the latter serves only to cloud his sense of self. When next Estinian and I meet, I intend to confess all, though it mean the loss of his good opinion. The outcome of the coming battle, and his very life, may well depend on his readiness to relinquish his powers. Never allow yourself to forget the origin of your strength. Ever does the dragon lurk behind your eyes, biding its time, ready to claim you for its own. Aught less than complete conviction, and you will find yourself in its vice-like clutches. So forewarned, let us return to our present endeavor. My promise to Estinian was that I would impart unto you the technique that will mark you as a true Azure Dragoon. If you know the truth, however, this knowledge is not within my power to bestow. No, you must claim the technique as much as you claim the fourth piece of the armor you bear, by proving yourself in battle with the dragons whose power you would unite with your own. I will entrust you with this flute once more. Take it to the southwest of Providence Point and blow a single note. By locking wills with your adversary and prevailing, you will prove yourself the worthy champion to the cause of which your lance is sworn. The dragon within you shall then awaken. Well, I fucking can't do this because this isn't a sanctuary. Fuck me. So as we get into Camp Dragonhead. Go. I'm fucking... Please? We're technically not supposed to have the chess piece yet, but I don't care. Why does mine look so much better than Estinian's? Other than the fact that I have a exposed tummy even though it's cold. I mean, it's a very... Hell yeah. But also, it's snowy? It's freezing? My belly? Please? Yeah, we're not supposed to have the chess piece yet, but let's just pretend, okay? Okay. Armor has to be so fucking hot, though the cold must feel nice? Maybe. That is one thing that I'm like, I wish this game had, is... So we saw the male version of this armor with Estinian, and the female version of this armor has the, like, exposed belly. And I'm like, I wish there was a toggle to be able to swap between, like, the male and female variants for, like, armor pieces that are, like, you know, different like that, because, like, you know, there are players like me that, like, I like this armor, but in the cold, tumby exposed. And then what about the male characters that want an exposed tumby? Why must they suffer? Give me the toggle, please. I beg. It is good to see you safely returned. I take it from your bearing that the engagement went favorably? Yeah? You left this place a woman, Filona, but you return as a dragon. Like a dragon? There is none more for me to teach you. From here, your battles is yours and yours alone. Gender-locked armor is annoying as fuck. It's so bad! Now, you might recall me saying that the fifth and final piece of the dragon armor was not mine to give. However, that is not wholly true. I could guide you in the direction of which you speak. Or which you seek. Don't worry, bud, I already have it. That said, I have yet reservations. The sheer power of the dragon housed within is of such a great many of your Azure forebearers, myself among them, have proven hopelessly incapable of wielding it. But I do not doubt what I see. Within you has awakened a strength that will forever elude the likes of me. If you're not worthy of wearing the armor, then I know none who are. Remember my warning to you, Filona, and heed it well. Nidhogg is a lord among his kind. Aught less than complete conviction, and you will surely fall under his thrall. Before you can master your foe, you must needs master yourself. Hone your lance arm until it can bear no further honing. Then present yourself to me. When the time has come, I will tell you what you need to know. I look forward to our next meeting, my young dragoon. All right, just one quest left. Like, doesn't what's the new Monster Hunter? Wilds? Doesn't Wilds, like, finally remove the gender lock for armor? Into the dragon's maw, Sir Alberic wears a solemn expression on his face. That's what you've heard? Oh, you don't have it yet. I would have expected that to have been, like, day one for you. Filona, an urgent message arrived from Mistinian in your absence. I haven't left. What do you mean? He bids you come at once to Steel Vigil. It would seem Nidhogg is on the move, and rather sooner than we had anticipated. It appears you have not fully become master of the dragon within you, and yet we are racing against time. I fear we have no choice but to do battle to the best of your current abilities, and without the dragon mail I promised. It's fine, I have it. Don't worry about it. Now let us away. Estini must know the truth of Ferndale, lest he fall for the great word seduction. It was going to be, but you're so enamored with Hero Forge right now, and kind of right, and you didn't want Monster Hunter to take over your life like you know it would. Fair. Completely understandable. Duty calls. Let's go. I don't think I muted that in time. I'm so sorry. Yeah, yours is all pixelated. Why does mine look so much better? Are we not? Are you technically wearing your own variant of it, and that's why it hasn't been hit by the texture update? Why is yours so bad? Alberic, long have I awaited for this day. You who fancy yourself an Azure Dragoon, the man whose cause you have taken for your own is a coward. He relinquished the power of the dragon of his own volition and watched as Ferndale burned. Do you not think it ironic that I was chosen as Azure Dragoon? I, an orphan who has not a value to protect an Ishgard? I suppose I must give thanks, for it was the eye that revealed to me the truth. A truth so damning as to undo the lifetime of trust. I loved you as a father. I can ill forgive you for Ferndale. As I understand it, you even kept the Archbishop in the dark regarding the missing eye. Do you mean to take your shame to your grave? But I waste my breath. Prepare yourself, old man, for I shall lay waste to all the things you hold dear. And once I am finished with you, I shall do what no Azure Dragoon has succeeded in doing, and I shall claim Nidhogg's head! Calm yourself, Estinian! Your rage renders you invulnerable to the dragon's influence! Who the fuck is messaging me on Steam? Hello? Are you an actual friend? Whom's the fuck are you? Hang on one moment. Wait, are you guys hearing that? You shouldn't. You're on my friends list, but I don't remember who you are. What other names have you had? I don't know who you are. Why do all your names involve rats? Because I was doing the thing where you, like... How do I hide this fucking view? Help? My chat's broken. Hang on. I don't know how to fix it. What do you mean you guys can hear it? You shouldn't be, because desktop audio is muted. I have capture sound, but that's grabbing the game. Have you grabbed the wrong thing? No, you're grabbing the capture card. What do you mean you can hear the Discord or the Steam noises? Anyway, Fernlona. In you, I thought I had found a kindred. Someone beside whom I could fight in the Great Worm. It is with a heavy heart that I must relinquish that dream. Your affection for this coward has rendered you deaf to your own destiny. Very well. That we would one day cross lances was inevitable from the moment of our first meeting. As we shall now find who the Eye's true chosen, there can only be one! Estinian! I am the Eye's true chosen, and you shall know it when I bury your lance in your chest! Estinian, stop this madness! You and Fernlona were meant to be allies, not enemies! But I'm sorry, but my level 100 gear synced down to level 50 is still better than your level 50 gear. I guess the power of the eye, but it cannot compare to mine. Awaken the dragon, Fernlona. Now my flames are fuck. Goodbye, dude. Good fight.
Again, that's supposed to be more of a fight, but my level 100 gear sinks down to level 50 is still better than any actual level 50 gear.
Feeble creature, dost thou desire power? Look to thine anger and to thy hatred. It is there that thou shalt find it. Almighty Nidhogg, Lord of Dragons! Grant unto me thy blood, that I might be granted the claws and fangs within to rend thine enemies! Franlona, this is impossible. It cannot be.
That wasn't me. I don't have elf ears. That specter did.
Forgive me, Estinian. I have failed you once again. I am fine, Franlona. Somewhat shaken, but otherwise whole of body. Suffice it to say, I have much to reflect on. Let us return to the observatorium.
Are you gonna actually bring me there? Are you gonna make me fly back? You're gonna make me fly back, because of course you are. God fucking damn it.
Yeah, he's just gone.
Use the power of a ghost and now he's nothing. The weather's actually clear for once. It's just normal snow and not a goddamn blizzard. You can actually see the telescope at the top of the observatorium. I don't think I've ever really taken a look at it. What the fuck?
When the bane of darkness closed upon us, you appeared to me the spitting image of Haldreth and the Dragon's Eye, just as he is depicted in the Holy Scriptures. I thought mayhap the years had taken their toll on my mind, but behold, the soul of the Dragoon shines as it never did in all the years I bore it. It would seem you have achieved that which was thought impossible. You have awakened to the ability that none but the first Azure Dragoon possessed. Truly a momentous achievement. I can still scarce believe that you were able to summon the selfsame dragon male born by Haldroth. To think that it had been sealed within the soul crystal all this time. I have borne witness to many and more wonders over the years, yet none compares to you, my young dragoon. Could it be that you are... Mark not my mutterings. I am certain that it was your indomitable sense of justice that resonated with the spirit of the first Azure Dragoon, prompting him to bestow the armor upon you. Yes, that is doubtless what happened. As the being of darkness faded, so too the Nidhogg's aura subsided. And now his kind have ceased their stirring. Whether this was compelled by your awakening, I cannot say. I suspect we will learn the truth of it eventually. Estinian, my dear boy. Whatever becomes of him, he will ever be as a son to me. I pray that he is still out there somewhere, and that he has not wholly forgotten the man he once was. When that darkness brushed against me, That self-same torrent of emotion swept over me as those I experienced 20 summers past. But there was something else besides. There was a voice, and it lamented the rift that divides dragons and men. You will come to comprehend what I speak in due time. Until then, friend Lona, I pray that you will ever use your newfound strength in the name of justice. And that's the Dragoon quests.
Believe it or not, that was actually a little vaguely important to main story, even though a certain aspect of it is also about to get retconned real fucking hard. And in the funniest way, too.
But also, I completely forgot that you actually get a piece of the mail from the soul crystal, because in my headcanon, so like all the jobs have, you know, soul crystals. It's how you, like, you know, swap, it's not how you swap between, but it's rather how you, like, you know, like, gain skills from the classes is from the soul crystals. But I had it in my head of, like, oh yeah, no, the soul crystals are how she also, like, swaps jobs on the fly. Like, being able to do this? This is canon. This isn't just a gameplay thing. This is real. She's actually able to do this. She just has to, you know, like, grab whatever soul crystal she wants to, focus on it, and then, you know, her gear also changes to, like, match whatever she's, like, just become. And I totally forgot that that actually has a, like, canon basis. With that little mark of, like, wow, the armor was hidden within the soul crystal. That's weird. And I'm just like, oh, hey, look at that. What do you think, my son? Hell yeah. But yeah, that will be it for today's stream. Say goodbye. Yeah, he's having a little sniff. Let's see if there is anyone to raid. I'm going to need to check the VOD because I'm like, what the fuck do you mean you could hear the Steam notification? That should not have been possible. Is this gonna be spoilers? This might be spoilers. That's probably spoilers. God damn it. I'll just end stream then. But yeah, thank you all so much for coming and hanging out. I hope you have a good night, good evening, whatever time it is for you. I hope you take care of yourselves, and I'll see you all on Wednesday, where we finally will continue the main story. Bye-bye.